never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Top Republicans in Congress have agreed to come to the White House Tuesday to hear President Biden press them once more. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the president believes there should be no negotiation over the debt limit.
We should not have House Republicans manufacturing a crisis on something that has been done 78 times since 1960.
Republicans insist on the contrary. Now may be the perfect time for such a first, insisting the many years of bloated federal government spending must be checked. GOP leaders have promised, despite all of this, they have no plans to allow for a crippling U.S. debt default. Jury deliberations begin Tuesday in the civil rape trial against former President Trump.
During closing arguments in the civil trial against Trump, a lawyer for E. Jean Carroll told jurors his client was exactly Trump's type and that he sexually assaulted her the same way he described treating women on an Access Hollywood tape. Trump has always denied any wrongdoing. He claims Carroll made up the story to sell copies of her book. I'm John Schaefer.
The Department of Justice could make a decision as soon as this week on whether to bring charges against President Biden's son Hunter, reportedly related to tax filings from the president's son and an illegal firearm purchase. While she's concerned about surging illegal immigration after the end of Title 42 on Thursday, Arizona's Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs says there is a plan.
Arizona communities will once again be responsible for managing the influx of migrants entering our southern border.
The Biden administration has rushed around 1,200 administrative military personnel to help support Border Patrol enforcement efforts on the ground. And the Texas legislature is moving on gun legislation. A bill that would raise the age to buy an assault weapon has passed out of committee there. It was once thought dead in the water. This is USA News.
This report is brought to you by the National Safety Council. At least 8 people die in distracted driving crashes every single day. The National Safety Council is working to change that. This October, NSC and its partner, Truth Software, will observe the 10th anniversary of Distracted Driving Awareness Month in an effort to eliminate distractions behind the wheel. President and CEO of NSC, Lorraine M. Martin.
Distraction, along with impairment and speeding, have contributed to double-digit surges in motor vehicle fatality rates during.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Congress must address the crisis of gun violence in the U.S.
When we have 200 mass shootings in less than 130 days, more than one a day, this is a crisis. Congress must do something about it.
That's what White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters following Saturday's mall shooting in Allen, Texas, that left 8 people dead and more than a half dozen others injured. She said there's been just over 200 mass shootings in the U.S. so far this year. President Biden says later this year there will be a new mandatory rule about how airlines must compensate those affected by preventable flight delays or cancellations.
Meals, hotels, taxis, ride shares, and rebooking fees, and cash, miles, and or travel vouchers whenever they're the ones to blame.
It would also mandate the cost of hotel rooms, meals, and transportation be covered. The administration launched a new website where passengers can see each airline's compensation policy. And King Charles and Queen Camilla's official coronation photographs are officially out. The portraits were taken in the immediate moments following Saturday's ceremony. The two are seen in their regalia after Saturday's ceremony in Buckingham Palace's throne room. A group portrait featuring other members of the royal family notably does not include Prince Harry or Prince Andrew. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, what do you say? Let's kick this thing into overdrive and get the show on the road. Here we go. Made it to a Monday. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, we will work our way into a Tuesday, 9th day of May. I'll take it. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios, our secret bunker, Southwest Ohio. 65 degrees with clear skies outside the bunker at this hour. Not a bad night. Yeah, what happened to the rain? Our local forecast had showers, thunderstorms, hail, all this fun stuff in the forecast. I guess it all just dissipated. Ain't nothing on the radar in our area. Just a couple areas of concern tonight. We do see some stronger storms hanging on. Southeast Missouri, southern portions, southwestern portions of Illinois. All that activity kind of dropping off to the southeast. And again, at this hour, yes, indeed producing some severe thunderstorms. So heavy winds, torrential rains. Yeah, a handful of severe thunderstorms. Western Kentucky, again, southernmost Illinois, and southeast Missouri. That's a little cluster there. Now, aside from that zone, now we have some showers north of Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, not a big area, just scattered thunderstorms. Looks like they're kind of dying in intensity, loss of the daytime heating. Another batch of showers. Nothing severe. North central and northeast portions of Iowa on us, the southeastmost reaches of Minnesota tonight. But keeping an eye on things, it's going to be a pretty active week, according to forecasters, for our travelers out there. Yeah, aside from the severe storms, heavy rain disrupting many in Nashville. You had a big concert, Taylor Swift's concert. Yeah, folks were pouring into the arena. I think gates opened at like 5:30, and the storms were coming. And all those tens of thousands of fans were forced to take shelter. Essentially, it was an outdoor arena, so they had to go into the concourses and the parking area. And over 3 hours stuck in there as the torrential rains, the lightning pounded the area. Concert never got underway till like after 10 o'clock in the evening. And I think Taylor Swift ultimately played till like 1 o'clock in the morning. Sunday was a very active day with severe weather. Storm Prediction Center, over 400 reports of severe hail and wind, mainly in the zone extending from Kansas to Illinois, southward into parts of Kentucky. But here comes a Tuesday. Who's in the crosshairs today? Same storm set to bring more severe weather to the Midwest, moves eastward, spreading thunderstorms from the Ohio Valley and the southeast to the mid-Atlantic. Widespread severe weather not expected either day, Tuesday, Wednesday. But we could see some stronger storms. Residents from, say, Springfield, Missouri, over to maybe Dayton, Ohio, be on the lookout for damaging winds, maybe some hail, of course, a lot of lightning. Thunderstorms could also be a bit feisty across southern Virginia, North Carolina, eastern half of South Carolina through the day ahead, especially Tuesday afternoon into Tuesday evening. Any storm that fires up during this time could be heavy. torrential downpours, sudden gusty winds. Myrtle Beach, Raleigh, and Virginia Beach may all be threatened by some of these stronger storms. Meanwhile, in the central states, you're going to be gearing up for another round of stormy weather for your Tuesday with not one but two storms that'll be capturing the moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. Thunderstorms most widespread in the afternoon and evening hours. On into Tuesday evening, storms may form into a line as they approach the Kansas City area. High winds would be the main threat there. As we look ahead to the second half of the week, forecasters again warning folks from the plains. Be prepared, be alert for more rounds of severe weather. Denver to Rapid City, South Dakota, on southward to the Red River, and all the way down into areas from Amarillo to Lubbock, Texas, need to be on alert for more potent thunderstorms again for the second half of the week. All right, some of these areas actually could use some rainfall, believe it or not, with all the storms, the activity we've had as of late. There are still numerous areas that are under extreme drought conditions as we're heading into the full planting season in some of these areas. Good morning to Philly Dan. Happy Taco Tuesday. Shorty checking in here on a Tuesday morning, I-95 southbound at the Florida-Georgia line with 75 degrees at this hour. He's got that Orlando turnaround, number one. Good morning to Joe Self. Hello, Steve, the Overnight Drive listeners. Kind of a misty 65 here in Winchester, Virginia. Somebody needs to put Mother Nature back on her meds. Mid-80s on Monday, and they're talking mid-50s for Tuesday. A little cool off there. Everybody have a good night, though. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, 69 in Carthage, Missouri, as we wait on some rain. Yeah, speaking of waiting, 10,400 head of cattle sold 7 hours. I'm at the chute waiting for cattle to load, headed for Colorado. Everybody stay safe. Keep winning your day. And a special shout out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Joplin Regional Stockyards. 10,400 head sold in 7 hours. Wow. That's a lot of cows to be moving, right? All right. James checks in. Is November 2024 here yet? I'm with you, brother. It can't get here soon enough, can it? Good afternoon. Hammer down. Hello, Larry. Be Safe 59 in Pulse, New York tonight. Captain Ron checking in, heading to the TNCRadio.live app. So Ron is on board. Semper Fi. D checks in. D Heighton. Says he's at the Savannah Memorial Hospital in the ER at this hour. All right, we're thinking about you. Hope all goes well, whatever the issue might be. Keep us informed. Cop in the mail. There's 5-7. Hello to Bidu checking in. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Rock Pick. Hello, Steve, truckers, third shift workers, and those wise old night owls. There you go. 49, partly cloudy here in Rochester, New York. Ready for 5 hours of the best talk radio, no matter what time it is. Everybody stay safe and enjoy. Rumble is up and running. There's Miss Millie saying, good morning, Steve. All the listeners, 64 in my area of Kentucky. Lightning off to the south over in the next county of Pendleton. All stay safe out there. Take good care. All right, we'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here, starting with shortages of fuel, citing ongoing shortages. Nebraska is waiving certain state and federal regulations for truckers carrying fuel or petroleum products into or within the state. The governor issuing an executive order easing regulations pertaining to the hours of service, a temporary waiver, which, of course, CFR 49 parts 395, hours of service, regulating the amount of time a driver can spend behind the wheel and the amount of off-duty time required before returning to service. This will apply to drivers hauling gasoline or gasoline blends, diesel, fuel oil, ethanol, propane, and biodiesel into or through the state. According to the order, I'm not exactly sure what the rationale, what the reasoning is. The state continues to experience fuel shortages. High demand for petroleum products. They say the temporary waiver will help reduce delays at petroleum product terminals, facilitating timely delivery of fuels to customers. Now, for truckers looking to use the exemption, you'll need to carry documentation while the executive order is in effect. According to the release, drivers operating under this proclamation shall carry a copy as evidence of their direct support of the state of Nebraska during this emergency period. All right. Of course, the same old, it's always they have to throw in. Carriers shall not require a driver who's fatigued or ill to operate a commercial vehicle. Any driver who notifies a carrier about the need for rest must be given a minimum of 10 consecutive hours off duty. At this point, this executive order is in effect slated to last through June the 4th. No explanation as why are we seeing fuel shortages? All right, around the country, as always, it is 844-844-3388. I'll get to your calls as we roll into a Tuesday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, what else we got here? Looks like Pappy is on board. Flip the page here. All right, 64 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Good evening, nocturnal listeners, and good night. All right, looks like he's going to have to sleep during the overnight hours tonight, which he does not very often do. Got qualifying, or what they call re-qualifying. Firearms re-qualifying tomorrow, so got that 0700 wake-up call, so... Yep, about time to hit the hay in short order. It's an all-day event, so I'll probably catch the first couple hours here. All right. Good to have you on board, though, Pappy. Rest up, re-qualified. How many times have you had to qualify after all these years? Roy is on board in Northwest Illinois, 54 degrees at this hour. Kevin says, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew, a rainy night here in Troy, Ohio. There's Mike Harper. Hey there, Steve. All right, of course, thousands of drivers, as we know, have voiced their displeasure with the government attempt to mandate speed limiters. I mean, we've talked about this off and on, literally for years and years now. It was on the front burner, of course, when Donald Trump was elected, went to the back burner. Really, most regulation proposals for those 4 years all got shuffled to the back. Due to his mandate of for any new regulations, you got to scrap 2 existing or old regulations. And that put the kibosh on a lot of regulations. But here we are once again. You now have a bill that OOIDA has called their call to action, as they put it, to stop the speed limiters from becoming a reality. Yeah, we talked about this. It was introduced last week. The DRIVE Act, for short, the Deregulating Restrictions on Interstate Vehicles and 18-Wheelers Act, which would prohibit the FMCSA from promulgating any rule or regulation mandating the speed limiters. It is House Resolution 3039, H.R. 3039. You might want to jot that number down. OOIDA supports the DRIVE Act. And again, this past day sent out the call to action to the 150,000 plus members, asking you to reach out to your representative, asking them to become a co-sponsor. Now, as of Monday, the bill has a mere 6 co-sponsors at this point. Pete Sessions of Texas, Lauren Boebert of Colorado, Scott Perry, Eric Burleson, John Mulliner, and Matthew Rosendale. Those are all Republican co-sponsors for this, by the way. Of course, as we know, last year the FMCSA issued the advance notice of proposed rulemaking that considers requiring commercial vehicles with a gross vehicle weight of 26,001 pounds or more to have a speed limiting device. More than 15,000 comments were submitted in response to that advance notice. As we know, an overwhelming majority were opposed to the mandate. Now, this legislation, Josh Brecheen of Oklahoma introduced last week. He joined Landline, telling listeners why the rulemaking must be stopped, in his words. Of course, many states, as we've discussed, we talked about it last evening a bit as well. I know many drivers, Monday night into Tuesday morning is your first night back out on the road. So trying to update those that may have missed it. He said many states that once had separate speeds for cars versus trucks, as we know over the years, had changed those laws because they believed it is safer for vehicles traveling on the same road to be operating at the same speed. If the FMCSA is allowed to determine trucks' top speed, it's going to remove a state's ability to govern their own roads. We need the ability to have our state legislators and state senators listen to the people and make adjustments. When the federal government does something, it puts in place, and ingenuity and creativity is lost. Yeah, we need the ability to adjust to different conditions, he said, again, last week. So, yeah, tip of the hat to that representative for that introduction there. So, support of the DRIVE Act probably has a long way to go. I don't know if that legislation were to actually make it to the president. Would he be for or against? Meanwhile, around the country, it is 844-844-3388. Quite a bit to cover as we roll into a Tuesday. We updates on the violence around the country. I say out of New York, I think Glenn Beck was talking this past day. Is New York becoming the proverbial Gotham from the old Batman movies? The city that is virtually riddled with crime and violence. nowhere are you safe on the streets after dark. Right along with, and I think that is pretty much the case, it's not only New York. There are numerous cities around this country becoming the proverbial Gotham. We'll tell you more of what Glenn said this past day. I had no idea that apparently the report of postal carriers, the merry mailman, right? What do you have against the mailman? For most of my lifetime, it was always neither rain nor sleet nor snow, will shut down the postal service, nor gloom of night, right? Will keep them from making their appointed rounds. What is impacting postal carriers more and more from coast to coast, they say, is they are increasingly being robbed, often at gunpoint. From Maine to California, robberies of postal carriers have exploded, surging 78% at nearly 500 such incidents last year, according to the data provided by the U.S. Postal Inspection Service to the Associated Press under the Freedom of Information Act. Letter carriers are demanding action from the U.S. Postal Service. Carriers are outraged and angered, rightfully so, by these assaults. More on that coming up, but we're at Newsbreak on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The White House says it's Congress's constitutional duty to raise the debt ceiling.
There shouldn't be negotiations on the debt limit. This is something that they should get to regular order.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre accused House Republicans of manufacturing a crisis. Republicans insist this is the moment to address decades of bloated federal spending. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he's deploying another National Guard unit to the border for this week's end of Title 42. The public health rule has been used to expedite deportations, and without it, there are worries about a surge of illegal immigration. The governor says the Texas Tactical Border Force will focus on stopping asylum seekers from crossing illegally into the country. The Biden administration estimates that 13,000 people will come across the border illegally on a daily basis once Title 42 expires on Thursday. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, phone lines open at 844-844-3388. Here's what Glenn Beck was referring to this past day as New York becoming Gotham. Yeah, last week, of course, you heard the headline where the 30-year-old homeless New Yorker that died while riding the subway. His name's Jordan Neely. He had been acting erratically. You know, mental health issues. Yeah. Have anyone heard anything about that as of late? Well, there was a 24-year-old Marine and several other passengers that decided to step in, to intervene. The Marine put him in a chokehold. A couple of other passengers held him down, but subsequently he died. And they're trying to make it into a George Floyd kind of situation. Cities like New York are becoming Gotham because their governments are not taking the steps to arrest people. Yes, they're letting crime go free. They're letting criminals go free, murderers go free. A decent person just trying to get to and from work, riding the subway, is abused almost every day. Now, this Neely guy, Jordan Neely, had 42 prior arrests, and he actually had an outstanding warrant at the time of his death. Why was he on the subway harassing passengers? You know, you cannot count on the police. So the government, is the government actually make it easier or harder for you to protect yourself? The answer is harder. Taking away your guns. Anyone who defends themselves, they're going to do a George Floyd march. We've got a hostile government. They no longer understand that this is a country that is set up by and for the people. Now, that's what brought me to the postal carrier, and I had no idea. The National Association of Letter Carriers is outraged by the violence across the country. Assaults, armed robberies, and even murders. America's letter carriers increasingly face as they try to simply deliver the mail. These attacks are completely unacceptable, according to the union's executive vice president. Postal Service said they're adapting and implementing new measures to address the robberies, which are taking a toll on our letter carriers. I mean, they have the task of delivering about 162 million pieces of first-class mail every day. Every postal employee deserves to work in safety and be free from targeting by criminals seeking access to the public's mail. The robberies have more than quadrupled over the last 10 years, he said. Weapons were used in most of the 496 robberies, injuring 31 postal carriers last year alone. In Milwaukee, one letter carrier was actually shot to death, leading to 3 arrests. They need some kind of security. They need somebody watching their back so they can simply do their job. Many of the criminals, they say, are becoming more sophisticated and organized. Some are targeting the special keys that carriers use to access the collection boxes to deliver the mail in apartment buildings. A case in January of this year, north of Boston, was pretty typical. A letter carrier was on his route when a 20-year-old man told him, "Give me your keys and hurry up or I'll shoot you." Now, he had a gun pointed at him. The assailant fled, but was later arrested. Then in March, literally weeks ago, a postal carrier was slashed with a machete in Massachusetts. That assailant was also arrested. Postal Service leadership is preparing to announce more measures to address the problem. The service is working to enhance their collection box key box and lock technology, implementing dual authentication to make keys less attractive targets for the criminals. And they're looking to harden those blue collection boxes to prevent tampering as they work with law enforcement around the country to bring these criminals to justice. They also added this past day, the U.S. Postal Service is in the process of briefing congressional committees on their responses to postal crime. I've known pretty most of my life, back in the days when we were young and, you'd get that M80 and throw it in a mailbox. Yeah, your parents say, "Do you realize that's a federal crime?" It is. Tampering with anything related to the postal service. Theft of a mail carrier carries a penalty of up to 5 years in prison. Possession, concealment, or disposal of property, a.k.a. the mail, carries a sentence of up to 10 years in prison. Now, assault carries a sentence up to 10 years. For the first offense, up to 25 years in prison for a subsequent offense. So, if you have the idea of assaulting the mailman, 10 years first offense, not a good idea. But I had 500 such incidents just last year alone. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. I've talked in depth on a number of occasions as we look to go electric. Not only the electric cars, but, of course, the electric trucks. And we're actually going to share the story where Tesla has been touting the miles you can get from one full charge of the Tesla truck, semi. They haven't really had any outside testing in the real world. That's about to change here in short order. But as far as electrifying this country, which I continue to beat that drum, which apparently isn't really being heard by our leadership, the grid is not up to the task. The U.S. Energy Commissioner is now publicly warning that the entire U.S. power grid is at risk of system-wide outages because the Biden regime keeps taking fossil fuel power plants offline without allowing anything to replace them. Gigawatts of energy production are being cut, while at the same time, more electric stoves, electric cars, electric hot water heaters are being placed on the grid, straining it to the breaking point. Unless something dramatically changes, rolling blackouts will begin this summer. The U.S. is at risk of becoming a third world nation, beset with chaos, violence, rampant theft. So I did a little digging, and Forbes had an interesting breakdown about the power grid, and they actually say our power grid, believe it or not, is a topic that keeps the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Energy, the Department of Defense, and the intelligence community up at night. Threats can be cybersecurity attacks by other countries, criminal gangs, or hackers. Physical attacks, which we've seen a growing number of those, physical attacks, whether they're domestic or foreign, terrorists or vandals, on our utilities or power plants, or from the likes of an electromagnetic pulse, an EMP, generated, whether it be from a naturally occurring solar flare from the sun, or a terrorist, a short-range missile exploding in our atmosphere. The underlying reality from an energy frequency perspective is the aging U.S. energy grid infrastructure is extremely vulnerable to cyber attacks, physical incidents, and existential threats. I found it interesting they explain, yeah, we know we got the power grid. Hey, there's power lines, there's power poles. It all comes, you flip the switch, and there everything works. The grid is divided in this country into three major regions. They've got what they call the Eastern Interconnection that operates in states east of the Rocky Mountains. The Western Interconnection, which covers the Pacific Ocean to the Rocky Mountain states, and the Texas Interconnected System. Just last week, I shared ERCOT, the Electric Reliability Council there in Texas, ERCOT for short, again saying that this push to electrify with automobiles and trucks, the grid is not up to the task, and they're really predicting major shortfalls when the heat begins to build into the summer months. The energy grid is the backbone of our energy infrastructure. Via the grid, electricity generated at power plants moves through a complex network of substations, power lines, and distribution transformers before it reaches our home or business. Here's the numbers. In the United States, the power system consists of more than 7,300 power plants, nearly 160,000 miles of high-voltage power lines, millions of low-voltage power lines, and distribution transformers. Millions of low-voltage power lines connecting 145 million customers. Now, we need to modernize the grid, although in recent years the grid has been augmented with automation and some emerging technology. It is still mostly dependent on legacy technology, old technology. Listen up here. As a matter of fact, 70% of the transmission lines are at least 30 years old, approaching the end of their life cycle. 60% of the circuit breakers are more than 35 years old, compared to what a useful life of these, they say. Circuit breakers, about 20 years. 60% of them are over 35 years old. The aging grid drives $51 billion in annual utility distribution spending. Our aging infrastructure, increased demand for power have now made the grid susceptible to cascading failures, where the failure of one component leads to a series of failures, the domino effect. This has been witnessed during periods of harsh weather. Obviously, we have to modernize the grid. Now, the Department of Energy Notice of Intent calls for modernizing, hardening, and expanding the grid to enhance the resilience of our entire electrical system. Aging infrastructure leaves the grid, though, increasingly vulnerable to attacks. I guess they've come out with some modernizing the grid act, building a better grid, planning to overhaul the infrastructure in support of a nationwide transition. See, but this is where the problem lies. It's all about overhauling the system to transition to clean electricity. In other words, solar and wind. We just don't have the generating capacity. That was what ERCOT announced last week when they said when those hot summer nights, 9 o'clock in the evening, in the middle of summertime, the sun is just setting. And it may still be 95, 100 degrees out there, but the sun sets. Solar generation is gone. You're not going to have any solar when the sun goes down. They do not have enough wind energy, especially if the winds aren't blowing. Yeah, if the wind isn't blowing, you're going to have zero wind energy. And they shared the actual numbers, incredible amounts of shortfalls, which will lead to the power being out. Rolling blackouts, rolling brownouts throughout the state. This push for solar and wind generation. All right, just so you know, hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, this Tuesday, 70, a little steamy out there. Got loaded in Birmingham, delivered in Tucker. Been busy running errands, dealing with Monday problems. That truck's broke down in Phoenix, won't even be looked at until Wednesday of this week. Wow. So I had to rent a truck so the driver could get the freight there, but not till in the morning. Got to get my DOT physical tomorrow and Wednesday before I load to leave, headed for the West Coast. Don't know how that lying press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, can actually stand up there time after time and not tell the truth without an uproar from the so-called fact checkers. Oh, wait, that's right. They're in collusion with the puppet and his handlers. Anyway, have a good night. Everybody be careful out there. Thank you much, Buckeye Boy. There's Mike checking in from Janesville, Wisconsin tonight. 50 degrees. Have a great show. Everybody be careful out there. And we'll get to your calls just ahead. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, FlexMat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, what's on your mind? It is 844-844-3388. Hey, you made it to the best day of the week. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, we survived. But boy, did I screw up. I was supposed to have a appointment to go to my cardiologist to have my stress test done every 2 years so I can keep my medical card, and I had it in my mind it was 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock my appointment was. I showed up at 10 minutes to 2, and guess what they told me, Your Honor?
Your appointment was 1 o'clock?
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Exactly. So now we got to try to do it again next Monday. We'll see how that works out. But maybe I'll be a little more mindful of what time I'm supposed to be where I'm supposed to be at. But anyways, hey, I got an idea. I got an idea for the postal workers here. Maybe, you know, we got these how many thousands of IRS agents there? They're going to be carrying weapons now. Was it 87,000 or something?
Yeah,
IRS agents.
87,000 new agents. Now they say it's a misnomer that they'll all be carrying weapons. It's just a small percentage of the 87,000. But
well, maybe we can arm all 87,000 and they can roll along with the postal employees, the letter carriers out there, and they can cover their back while they're delivering the mail and you know, if they have some delinquent person or something with their taxes on that route, then the IRS agent will be right there with the letter carrier, and maybe they can do, you know, double duty at the same time. You know,
right.
They collect some tax money, and you know, because they're going to have their guns, they're going to be able to hold the people. They'll be there helping the mailman there, and they'll be able to inform the nice citizens that they owe tax money to the government. But no, I didn't mean that they were going to steal the money from them. I didn't try to imply. No, I wouldn't do that.
of course not. No. I guess
anyway.
I think honestly, what the letter, I know they carry like a pepper spray, you know, in the event that like a dog comes at them or whatever.
Canine.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. But it is. It's getting to be bad times, and as times gets worse, you know, I don't know. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and as that happens, you know, you watch, you know, your ability to survive a little bit easily. When that goes away, crime becomes a more easier way of living than hard work, because you don't get you don't feel that you get what you deserve for what you do, you know, on a hard day's work. You're in the more easily susceptible way of turning to crime and realizing how you can take from somebody so easily and have more. So it's you know, it's just desperate times create desperate measures, and as more things get harder and stressed, then there's going to be more crime. We've seen it with every recession we've had, you know. So anyways, what was the other thing here we were just talking about? Oh, the power grid. Yes, the power grid. So how about this, Your Honor? You said that when the sun goes down, you can't generate electricity from solar.
Correct.
I can't believe that happens. There's just, but But anyways, there is a way that you do still have electricity when the sun goes down and the wind doesn't blow. And of course, everybody needs a battery pack. So I think that all houses should be, supplemented with a battery pack so that they can store energy from the daytime, and then they'll have that for the over. Kind of like what Pappy has there. That generating system Pappy has. He has that solar system with a battery deal, and he charges up his battery in the daytime, and then in the overnight he still has power all night.
I think to some extent they actually have that, but those batteries only have a limited amount of storage and a limited amount of, because ERCOT said that when the batteries run out, that's it. We have no other source. Well, we have to pause there as we close out hour number one. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. In Texas, investigators have identified the 8 people killed in a mass shooting in a mall near Dallas over the weekend. The group of victims includes a 3-year-old boy and 2 grade school girls. Several others were injured after a gunman wearing body armor opened fire with an AR-15 style assault weapon at Allen Premium Outlets Saturday. The White House says when it comes to action on gun safety in America, the time is now.
The White House is urging Congress to act.
When we have 200 mass shootings in less than 130 days, Congress must do something about it.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre criticized Republicans in Congress for refusing to take up gun control legislation, including an assault weapons ban.
Correspondent John Schaefer. At the same time, there are reports the Texas legislature has advanced proposals that would increase the age limit to purchase assault-style weapons. With many anticipating a national campaign from him soon, Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is highlighting new laws designed to curb the amount of business Floridians do with China. DeSantis says one piece of legislation signed on Monday outlaws sales of farmland or land near military installations to China and some other countries.
Our food security is also national security. And so we don't want the CCP in charge of any of the food production.
DeSantis was joined by a representative of Taiwan's government during the signing ceremony Monday. Elon Musk is cutting the ribbon on a new battery plant in Texas that will someday power his Tesla cars. The first of its kind factory will produce battery-grade lithium. He says the availability of battery-grade lithium will be a choke point in the electric car world. This is USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Congress must address the crisis of gun violence in the U.S.
When we have 200 mass shootings in less than 130 days, more than one a day, this is a crisis. Congress must do something about it.
That's what White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told reporters following Saturday's mall shooting in Allen, Texas, that left 8 people dead and more than a half dozen others injured. She said there's been just over 200 mass shootings in the U.S. so far this year. President Biden says later this year there will be a new mandatory rule about how airlines must compensate those affected by preventable flight delays or cancellations.
Meals, hotels, taxis, ride shares, and rebooking fees, and cash, miles, and/or travel vouchers whenever they're the ones to blame.
It would also mandate the cost of hotel rooms, meals, and transportation be covered. The administration launched a new website where passengers can see each airline's compensation policy. And King Charles and Queen Camilla's official coronation photographs are officially out. The portraits were taken in the immediate moments following Saturday's ceremony. The two are seen in their regalia after Saturday's ceremony in Buckingham Palace's throne room. A group portrait featuring other members of the royal family notably does not include Prince Harry or Prince Andrew. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go. What do we got? Ninth day of May coming on. Hope your week's off to a good start. Welcome back at it here. All right, gearing up for the expiration of Title 42. I remember about a week ago federal government said they're going to send 1,500 National Guard down to the Texas border. Really just going to pick up the slack to allow the actual border agents to be out in the field doing their job. Undoubtedly, Governor Abbott felt like that was not near. I think we heard on the news break last evening, he said 1,500, we need 15,000, or really 150,000 to do the job correctly. Well, in order to bolster things this past day, he announced Texas is deploying a special border force to support the efforts along the border, bracing for the surge that's anticipated to kick in Thursday. Governor Abbott warned this is going to cause a, quote, catastrophic disaster. During a press conference in Austin this past day, he announced a new specially trained National Guard unit called the Texas Tactical Border Force. Right now, as we're speaking, the Texas National Guard is loading Black Hawk helicopters and C-130s, deploying specially trained National Guard members for the Texas Tactical Border Force. They will be deployed to hotspots along the border to intercept, to repel, and turn back migrants trying to enter Texas illegally, he says. Earlier this month, Andy Biggs of Arizona, the representative there, warned that the Mexican cartels are actually preparing to flood the southern border with somewhere between 700,000 and 1 million illegals when Title 42 is lifted in order to overwhelm Customs and Border Protection. CBP does not have enough resources or personnel to keep them in detention and the processing facilities. When those facilities get full, they're going to just take pictures. They're not even going to do full processing. They're going to take pictures. If they're lucky, maybe a fingerprint or fingerprints. Probably not even that, he says. And then they're going to release them right into the local communities along the border. This will be unlike anything we have ever seen, he says. Customs and Border Protection officials are telling the locals, I'm sorry, you're screwed. Now, at the request of the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Austin approved a temporary DOD increase of an additional 1,500 military personnel. Again, for 90 days, those 1,500 will fill critical capability gaps: ground-based detection, data entry, warehouse support, until Customs and Border Protection can address the needs through contracted support. Again, they pointed out at the time, military personnel will not directly participate in law enforcement activities. Unlike anything we've ever seen before, according to the Representative Biggs, unless they come up with something by Thursday. They got 2 days yet to work on. Well, greetings from a stormy Houston, Texas. Some areas of town received over 4 inches of rain in a little over an hour's time. Wow, talk about frog strangling rain. Other areas didn't even get a drop. It's going to be a rough few days out there on the road. No one can say for sure exactly where it's going to rain and when. But from Houston to Chicago and all points in between, be prepared for most anything weather-wise here in the next several days. All right, you can catch all the latest weather and traffic updates, tncradio.live, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Coming up this morning, as soon as we wrap up the overnight drive, it's an all-new episode of Building Strong Minds. Dr. Christopher Kortman, his guests include Lisa and Kansas of 32 Truckers a Day. Their new show launched on TNC Radio last Thursday. An encore of that show will play at 6 a.m. Eastern this morning. Finally, a fresh episode of Truckers Life Radio from our friends at TFC Global. Starts at 7 a.m. This morning. Ron Frazier has a very interesting conversation with the leader for a group that provides chaplains for a major port just south of Houston. One more thing, the TNCRadio.live app was updated over the weekend. The helpline button now gives you the option to either talk with someone who will pray with and or for you, or there's a new option to talk to a fellow trucker when the times are tough out there. Maybe you're discouraged or frustrated. Sometimes the only people who really understand are those who have been there and done that. Both of those options are now available on the TNCRadio.live app. Talking with others can be very important. How can you resist an invitation to call when somebody's trying to help, right? All right, thank you, Tom Kelly, TNCRadio.live. And let's head out west somewhere. Good morning, Senor.
Good morning, Senor, from Ludlow, California, where it is clear and 72. Little breezy, little breezy. Well, you got the shooter up there in Allen, Texas, a Hispanic with sympathies for a neo-Nazi group.
Yep.
Is that what they're still reporting?
That's correct.
Sheesh. I thought the neo-Nazis didn't like Mexicans. Well, what the hell would I know? I'm just a damned old truck driver. Now, let's see, what else? Then you got the gentleman that drove into a bunch of illegal aliens, not immigrants, but illegal aliens, screaming at them in Spanish. And he apparently has a long history of arrest for violence against family members. And he used a vehicle,
Correct.
a car,
Yep.
automobile. So now that's considered a weapon of mass destruction. So now they're going to start banning cars. Okay, that'll work for me. Good night. This whole damn world is crazy. Well, maybe not the world, but our government. Absolute lunacy at the top. And I sure hope them Democrats are happy that they got what they got, because that's what they wanted. They didn't want Trump in, but they were willing to sacrifice the well-being of this country for Jackass Joe giggles and cringe. Well, I tell you what, that fake indignation. Well, we need to raise the debt ceiling and we need to control guns. No, we don't need to raise the debt ceiling. You just need to stop spending money. You know, and guns, well, keep them out of the hands of people that ain't supposed to have them to begin with. Leave me alone. I'm eligible for guns. I'm legally an owner of guns, and I'm sound mind and body, so I can continue to possess them. You know, someone had put a Cringe's head on the end of a toilet bowl scrubber, and I said, you know, you wouldn't be cleaning that toilet bowl. You'd just be making it more dirty. I just have no nothing good to say about any of those people in D.C. right now, especially the Democrats. The reason why you got crazy people out there in the streetcars or the subway systems is because of liberal mentality, ideology. The ACLU said they have the right to be crazy out there, and they're the reasons why that the state nut houses, insane asylums, are not there anymore. They said they have the right to be homeless outside begging, stealing, screaming. So, I mean, if you want to yell at somebody, it's the American Civil Liberties Union. They are the ones that are very un-American, unpatriotic, and or anti, I should say, lawful. They don't care. It's kind of like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. when they run out of money, they start coming out of the woodwork screaming, "We need this for us. We need this for us," and raising all sorts of hell to get more friction to fill up their coffers. You heard about them idiots over here in California that decided, yes, we're going to give every black person that qualifies,
right,
whatever that means, $1.2 million.
Reparations.
I was like, hello, California was a union state. They didn't have slavery, or at least not black slaves. But, where are they going to come up with all this money? People are leaving this state in droves because they see just how damn crazy it is. And, the elections are too far away for them to really benefit staying here and then trying to vote these idiots out. Because as much as we think these people are idiots, they think that their Democrat lawmakers are the greatest thing since the angels in heaven. I mean, we're on here and we're talking about these issues. We are flapping our gums and we're preaching to the choir. And whenever we try to go and say, hey, let's debate this, we are called racist. We are called homophobic. We're called every name in the book except for a worthy opponent in a debate. Oh, and do you see where the alphabet community with the bars and whatnot, now they are not serving Bud Light?
Right. I touched on that last night. How about so things have gone from bad to worse for Anheuser-Busch.
Oh, man. It's like, well, that's crazy. Now they're mad at Anheuser-Busch because, well, they're pulling back from what they said in their support of this nut job. Well, good Lord. I mean, you just can't have an opinion these days, and you just, they're mad at us because we don't accept them. Well, why in the hell should I accept them when they can't accept themselves? All they can see themselves is, I'm a man, but I'm a lady. And, a baseball bat to the nuts will damn sure make them figure out who they are in a real quick hurry. I'm tired of this, Steve. I mean, there's a lot of people out there like me. We are tired of this. So, anyways.
So on the trucking
else
side,
has been
I see your yellow transportation. I guess the numbers weren't good a few days ago, huh?
No. And 100.3% operating expense. I made a plea on there for someone that has good business sense and's got the money to buy this company and set it on the right track. I've not really been talking about it on the radio because there's some people out there that seem to think I'm a detractor when I do talk about the evil yellow empire. And I've been trying to stay away from that, but since you brought it up, it's absolute lunacy out here. The stocks took a drop here the other day to where they were $1.20 a share. I mean, yeah, I need to get off the pot, and I really need to make some adjustments here. And that could be jumping ship and going to a company like ABF if they'll take me, or even Walmart. Even though Walmart has really crappy insurance, at least they're stable. So
I mean, is there any chatter like behind the scenes, or are they at risk? I mean, because for years they've been at risk of going under, and with all the concessions and all that, and yeah, even with all that, and even with the millions they got from the government bailout thing, are they going to survive?
I think this is going to be the one company allegedly too big to fail that I think is going to fail. I mean, we haven't really heard anything more on this since the Teamsters said we're talking to them about.
Yeah.
And I mean, Steve, I really don't see where they can continue to go with the way they're being managed. Now, we were told We've got these trucks that have got 800,000 or more miles on, team trucks, that they're going to get rid of or not get rid of, but they're going to start swapping out these trucks with internationals. And there was a collective groan at our shop in Albuquerque because, internationals that we get, like say for a rental truck, good night. When it rains, it leaks. They're a rough riding vehicle. They may be spacious, the rental trucks that we get, but we don't know what kind of cramped quarters they're going to get for us.
Mm-hmm.
As far as, a lease truck. It may be a 2-axle tractor when it needs to be 3. So, it really is anybody's guess right now what's going to happen. But I'm going to say there's a 51% chance that it ain't going to last till the end of the year. And that's just me.
Right. Yeah, there's just individual opinions, personal opinions. I got you. All right. Well, I wanted to ask about that because I hadn't really touched on, but Yellow reported their numbers here last week, and the headline pretty much tells the tale. Yellow post a first quarter loss as negotiating their operational changes in the labor deal. Operating ratio deteriorates to 100.8%.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you got? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Got a story from CDL Life this past day. We all know there's cargo theft that occurs out there. Top states, Florida, California, places where you have ports, right? A lot of cargo theft occurring there. Anytime a holiday weekend rolls around, we always get those updates where they're advising cargo theft increases over long holiday weekends because freight's going to be left in various locations, and the bad guys know it may not be discovered for several days. When your truck may be parked Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and a Monday being a holiday sort of thing. I had no idea just how much cargo theft occurs out there. I'm looking at the report out of California. Mentioned California. very, very common cargo theft state. A big crackdown recently charging dozens of people in a large-scale cargo theft scheme after a year-long investigation. Last Friday, officials announced the Highway Patrol's Organized Retail Crime Task Force and the Highway Patrol's Cargo Theft Interdiction Program conducted a statewide operation called Operation Overload, targeting those taking part in a cargo theft scheme that they believe is responsible for $150 million in stolen goods from more than 200 cargo loads. Big time. Part of the operation, 40 people arrested. They recovered over $50 million in stolen merchandise and 20 stolen cargo trailers, seized several vehicles, multiple firearms, including ghost guns, over $550,000 cash, and 13 gold bars. Suspects involved are facing several felony charges: conspiracy to commit grand theft cargo, vehicle theft, identity theft. This, again, has been an ongoing year-long operation. Involved 50 targeted operations involving multiple surveillance teams, undercover officers, arrests, and the authoring of and serving of several search warrants. A big time. And we'll pause there for a news break. And lines available at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. When it comes to the debt ceiling, the Biden administration thinks raising it is a no-brainer.
There shouldn't be negotiations on the debt limit. This is something that they should get to regular order and get to work on.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says President Biden will make that clear tomorrow when he meets with congressional leaders. Closing arguments have wrapped up in the rape trial against former President Trump. A lawyer for E. Jean Carroll told jurors his client was exactly Trump's type. Trump denies any wrongdoing and claims Carroll made up the story to sell copies of her book. Jury deliberations will begin tomorrow. New rules for airline accountability have been outlined by President Biden. The proposals include changes in the way passengers are compensated for flight delays. Airlines would now be required to offer compensation beyond just refunds for controllable flight cancellations or significant delays. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. Yes, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Yeah, back to California, though, and what a major operation, cargo theft. It's almost like the days of the mob, where these kind of things would be going on around the country. I thought those days were over. I guess there is still large-scale organized crime operations in this country. This large-scale enforcement operation, part of the Highway Patrol's everyday work to keep the residents, communities, businesses safe. Governor Newsom said, "I'm grateful for all the men and women who helped shut down this criminal operation, getting dangerous firearms and stolen merchandise off the streets." Yeah, this is one of those ways. Yeah, a lot of they target cargo that they know would be possibly guns and things like that. That's where you've got the black market for these stolen weapons that end up on the streets in the hands of individuals that otherwise would not legally be able to purchase said firearm. All right, they did say more arrests are anticipated in connection with the cargo theft operation, but more than 40 already in custody there in California. Well, let's say hello. I believe it is Super 8. What's going on, Super 8?
Hey, this is Uber Ed.
Uber Ed. What's going on, Ed?
Not much. Hey, I want to run something by you. Al Sharpton the second, a.k.a. Minister, I know he listens. Why would you listen to a conservative show if you didn't believe in them conservative things? Yeah, I think he just likes to stir up the pot, just like Al Sharpton.
I think you're pretty much 100% correct.
because the other night I called you, you know, I found out today, well, he come out of his little safe place, petting his little puppy today. He called me, and he was listening the other night when I called you. But I done come to the conclusion that he just likes to argue and stir up the pot. Because if I didn't believe in the thing, I sure wouldn't listen to this program.
Well, that would be like me tuning in to listen to Al Sharpton every day. Why would I do that? It would just make me angry.
That's exactly what I think. I just think he just likes to stir it up pot and make everybody upset.
I think we figured that out years ago, Ed.
So, yeah. But anyway, are you planning on going on a cruise? I seen that on the Facebook page. Somebody said you was thinking about going on a cruise.
We're looking to, we haven't got anything officially together yet. But yeah, we are. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of people that said that they would be interested in going. Count me in, so we're trying to get something put together.
Yeah, where are you wanting to go?
Well, that's what we haven't got together yet. That's what I mean when we're trying.
Okay.
We got to look at the dates and all that and the availability, and obviously it'll be sometime in 2024.
Yeah. Well, we're going in September. We're going to the Bahamas.
Are you?
But we're going on Royal Caribbean this time.
Mm-hmm.
I think it got a lot of nice ships and what Carnival does.
Yeah, I mean we've never done the Royal Caribbean. I don't know. Have you ever tried one with them yet, or no?
No, I've always been on Carnival, and I just seen the Royal Caribbean, Liberty of the Seas, who were going on in September. Mm-hmm. So I just looking on the internet, you can go and look at tours of the ship stuff, and they just seem like they have a lot nicer ship.
They do look spectacular, especially where because that you're talking where they've got like the big atrium inside, down through like the middle of the ship. That does look fascinating. Right. That looks pretty cool to me. Yeah.
There's that new Ion of the Sea coming out. I guess it's coming out towards the end of the year. It's supposed to be real nice.
Well, we have not yet been on any of the new, the latest, the biggest Carnival ships. Like I think the Mardi Gras was the first, and I think they've got the third of that generation coming out here in the next few months or something.
Yeah, I forget what they call the new ship. It's going to sail out Galveston, going to the Caribbean. That's what they're planning on.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts sailing in January.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to experience one of those newer ships like that. I think some of our listening friends have been on some of those newer ones, but yeah, we might check that out. All right. Hey, Uber Ed, have a good night. Yeah, and I know, he likes to stir the pot. That's all he ever did, right? Many times said he can't actually believe some of the things he says. It is 844-844-3388. So it's been kind of a roller coaster ride weather-wise across the Northeast for several weeks now. Looks like that could be coming to an end. Maybe some upcoming dry weather, which will actually help set the stage for some summer-like warmth to finally build in. You got a little taste of warmth over the past weekend. Several areas got a few breaks of sunshine, milder conditions. Now any warmth that had built early in the week will quickly be erased today, Tuesday. Yeah, who was it there in Winchester, I think? Said 75 yesterday, 52 today. There's a quick-moving disturbance that's going to slide across the Northeast today. Clouds, some rain, even a few rumbles of thunder beginning in the early morning hours from Pittsburgh to maybe Harrisburg, PA, eventually reaching Baltimore by later this morning. Yeah, thunderstorms could track across the mid-Atlantic from D.C. to Virginia Beach to Raleigh, North Carolina. Maybe some heavier downpours. Yeah, along with the wet weather today is going to be another day of clouds, cooler condition. After we saw highs in the mid-70s in Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, New York over the weekend, yeah, mostly struggling to even hit the mid-60s today. Now, forecasters say several days of summer-like conditions are in the offing following today's weather. Hang in there. We're going to see a big northward bulge in the jet stream, which will allow an area of high pressure to take a hold in the northeast by midweek. So it's going to be a quick warm-up for the East Coast. Warm-up begins as early as Wednesday, continues to expand across the Ohio Valley, the northeast, into New England by Thursday and Friday. Temperatures going to push well into the 70s for cities like Indianapolis, Detroit, to Albany, New York, yeah, even over into the Boston area. Now, that would be well above normal for this time of year for mid-May. Yeah, further south, say from D.C., Philadelphia, more southern cities like Nashville to Charlotte, you're going to be soaring into the 80s. A good 10 degrees above normal for this time of year. Those milder conditions will be quite noticeable for some. During the warmer weather, most places should be dry, so you'll get a chance to get outdoors during the afternoon and evening hours. I'm kind of glad the rain held off this past morning. I needed to, as I alluded to there Friday morning, I had plans on cutting the dandelions, as I said last Thursday. Didn't get around to it, and of course left out from the home 20 bright and early before the sun came up Friday morning. I said, okay, I'm going to come back Saturday, so I'll either get the grass cut Saturday, and of course didn't get back till after the sun was down. So I said, okay, Sunday. Oh, and you wake up to showers and thunderstorms. The grass was really needing cut, so I got a little break this past day and finally got the grass cut. Hallelujah. Got it done. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Shorty sends me the link. How about that? Yes, Mother's Day weekend is coming up this upcoming weekend. And there's a few things about Mother's Day weekend that I was not aware of. Thanks for sharing, Shorty. It was actually on this day in history, May the 9th. Way back in 1914, President Woodrow Wilson issued a proclamation for Americans to show public expression of reverence to mothers through the celebration of Mother's Day. Proclamation 1268, Mother's Day, stated in part, whereas by a joint resolution approved May the 8th, 1914, designating the second Sunday in May as Mother's Day, and for other purposes, the President is authorized and requested to issue a proclamation calling upon the government officials to display the United States flag on all government buildings, according to the American Presidency Project of the University of California, Santa Barbara. Did you realize originally Mother's Day had something to do with the American flag? I did not know that. Now, there's more. The proclamation continued. The people of the United States can display the flag at their homes and other suitable places on the second Sunday in May as a public expression of our love and reverence for the mothers of our country. Display the flag. The first unofficial Mother's Day observances were organized by a West Virginia resident, Anna Jarvis, in Grafton, West Virginia, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, May the 10th of 1908. According to the Census Bureau, Anna Jarvis pushed for a special day to celebrate mothers, was one she inherited from her own mother, who was the social activist Anna Reeves Jarvis. Anna Reeves Jarvis had spent her life mobilizing mothers to care for their children. She wanted mothers to be recognized as they should be. She said, I hope and pray someone sometime will found a Memorial Mother's Day commemorating her for the matchless service she renders to humanity in every field of life. She's entitled to it, Miss Jarvis said. Well, her daughter took up the mantle and began celebrating a special day to honor mothers. As the annual celebration became popular around the country, Jarvis became the driving force behind Mother's Day. Ask members of Congress to set aside a day to honor mothers in this country. Now, May of 1908, after receiving some financial support from a Philadelphia department store owner, she organized the first official Mother's Day celebration at a Methodist church in Grafton, West Virginia. That same day saw thousands of people attend a Mother's Day event at one of Wanamaker's retail stores in Philadelphia. John Wanamaker was the store owner. Following the success of that Mother's Day, Jarvis, who remained unmarried and childless her entire life, wanted to see the holiday added to our national calendar. She embarked on a letter-writing initiative to politicians and newspapers, urging them to honor motherhood. So by 1912, some states, some towns and churches had adopted Mother's Day, and support for acknowledging and honoring American mothers continued when on May the 10th of 1913, the House of Representatives passed a resolution asking all federal officials to wear a white carnation the following day in observance of Mother's Day. So there again, May the 8th of 1914, Congress passed that law designating second Sunday in May. Following day, which is this day in history, May the 9th, Woodrow Wilson issued the proclamation. How about that? I had no idea that originally dealt with fly the American flag to honor mothers, recognizing the mothers of our country. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You know, when I made that venture out early Friday morning I hit the highway like 5:30 a.m. So I got to pass some of the truck stops, rest areas in those early morning hours, get a first-hand look, especially at some of the rest areas, the sheer number of trucks. I mean, it was mind-boggling that are on the shoulder leading up to the ramp into the rest area. Rest area is full. Then onto the on-ramp to get back onto the interstate. And trucks and trucks and trucks. Just lined up along the highway well after the ramp had ended. There's not enough parking out there. It's crazy. Well, just a few days ago, Trucker Path released a report where they had sifted through the data to find out which regions around the country are in the worst shape. When a trucker arrives at one of the Truckers Path truck parking locations, they're asked the following question: are there many, some, or no parking spaces available? Using that data, Trucker Path determines which region had the highest percentage of no parking spaces available. The Southeast region had the percentage, with nearly a quarter of those respondents saying no truck parking available. Close behind was the Northeast at 21%. Conversely, the North Central region had the most available parking, followed by the Midwest. Now, they actually found which truck parking location had the highest percentage of responses of there are many spaces available. That included several truck stops, travel plazas, and actually one rest area. In the Northeast, the TA at Milesburg, PA. In the Southeast, Discount Truck Parking, Orlando, Florida. In the Midwest, the rest area in Auburn, Indiana. Again, these are the areas that had the most available spaces. In the South Central states, Gateway Travel Plaza in Vidor, Texas. In the Central states, the TA, Beto Junction in Lebo, Kansas. Out west, it was the Petro in Wells, Nevada. The Petro Wells, Nevada. Truckers Path reports during a time when the federal government is actually right now mulling over a bill to increase truck parking on a national scale. Senator Cynthia Lumens and Mark Kelly and U.S. Representatives Mike Bost of Illinois, Angie Craig of Minnesota introduced the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act. If passed into law, the bill will allocate money for the creation of more truck parking spots, specifically $755 million over a 3-year time frame for the construction of parking spots. According to the text of the bill, any project funded by the bill cannot include paid parking. Not going to charge anyone to park in the spots. All parking under the bill must be publicly accessible and free of charge. As of last week, the House version of the bill actually has 20 co-sponsors. But in addition to the DRIVE Act we talked about last hour, there's another piece of legislation that drivers can support. Maybe if you get a hold of your representative to tell them about the DRIVE Act, say, hey, by the way, I also would like you to support its H.R. 2367, House Resolution 2367, the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, for what it's worth. All right, going to get back to your calls here. Coming up on a rather quiet Tuesday morning. We were busier on Monday than we are today. 844-844-3388. I brought up Mother's Day. A lot of money to be spent on Mother's Day this year. According to the National Retail Federation, we plan to spend $35.7 billion on Mother's Day this year. Nearly $4 billion more than was spent last year, which, by the way, last year was a record when $31.7 billion was spent. $4 billion more this year. Wow. 84% of U.S. adults expect to celebrate Mother's Day. Of those, 57% will be purchasing gifts for a mother or a stepmother, followed by a wife or a daughter. Now, as seen in previous years, the most popular gifts, of course, are, what's everybody give on Mother's Day? Flowers, greeting cards, and special outings like take mom out for dinner or brunch. Consumers will spend $7.8 billion on jewelry, $5.6 billion on special outings, $4 billion on electronics, according to the survey by, again, the National Retail Federation. Some interesting number there. In jewelry for Mother's Day, huh? It is 844-844-3388. All right, news break coming up here, and we'll get back with more of your calls as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. A Tuesday coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Jury deliberations begin tomorrow in the civil rape trial against former President Trump. During closing arguments today in the civil case, a lawyer for E. Jean Carroll told jurors his client was exactly Trump's type and that he sexually assaulted her the same way he described treating women on an Access Hollywood tape. Trump denies any wrongdoing and claims Carroll made up the story to sell copies of her book. When it comes to the debt ceiling, the Biden administration thinks raising it is a no-brainer.
There shouldn't be negotiations on the debt limit. This is something that they should get to regular order and get to work on.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says President Biden will make it clear tomorrow when he meets with congressional leaders that the debt ceiling must be raised with no conditions, just like they did 3 times for President Trump. The Republican-backed Secure the Border Act, which was introduced last week, is receiving a veto threat from President Biden. That bill's aimed at cracking down on the flow of migrants over the U.S.-Mexico border. According to the administration, the bill would cut off access to humanitarian protections for migrants, make processing less efficient, and cut funding for programs that help local governments deal with incoming migrants. New rules for airline accountability have been outlined by President Biden after thousands were stranded during the holidays due to flight cancellations and delays that were not weather-related.
Many missed family gatherings, spent Christmas at an airport, waited countless hours in line or on the phone because there weren't enough pilots, there weren't enough personnel.
Airlines would be required to offer compensation beyond refunds, which would include the cost of hotel rooms, meals, and transportation for controllable flight cancellations or significant delays. And Wall Street is closing mixed to start off this week. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 55 points, the S&P 500 added just 1 point, and the Nasdaq went up by 21 points. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs is worried about the migrant surge that's expected when Title 42 comes to an end Thursday.
I'm afraid these challenges will only get worse, and I'm afraid the federal government is unprepared to meet the demands of the expected influx.
Hobbs says Arizona remains committed to assisting border communities during what she's calling a challenging time. The National Association of Government Employees is suing the Biden administration over a law that sets the nation's debt limit. The union says the law is unconstitutional because it gives President Biden and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen authority to decide which payments to prioritize if the U.S. hits its debt limit. They claim that violates the separation of powers by taking over Congress's spending authority. The union wants to make sure workers aren't furloughed. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis doesn't want his state doing business with China. Today he signed a number of bills targeting that nation.
Florida makes it very clear we don't want the CCP in the Sunshine State. We want to maintain this as the free state of Florida, and that's exactly what these bills are doing.
One of the bills will prohibit China from buying land in Florida. Another bans Chinese-owned TikTok on state-owned devices and networks, and another stops all university partnerships with counterparts in China. And there's only one NHL playoff game tonight. The Vegas Golden Knights head north of the border to take on the Edmonton Oilers in Game 3 of their series, which is tied at 1 game apiece. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
It's planting season across the Midwest, but it's planning season at the NTPA office and at fairs and community halls all over the country. Let's sow the seeds of a weekend trip or a summer vacation at a July championship pulling event. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Last week, we took a trip through the month of June on the NTPA calendar, where all 4 full weekends were jam-packed with Grand National action. By contrast, July takes a little while to get going for a premier-level circuit, but it packs a wallop late in the month. On July 21st and 22nd, it's the Lions Super Pull of the South in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, for what has been called Pulling's mid-season oasis. 5 Grand National divisions will enjoy a relaxed weekend of recreational activities surrounding a highly competitive select participation contest. Superstock diesel and pro stock tractors, 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and unlimited modifieds will haul the Ironman Orange and Iron Boy weight transfers from south to north across Lions Motorsports Park, which sits along US Alt 31 about 45 miles south of Nashville. The Chapel Hill Lions are among the largest chapters of that venerable organization in the volunteer state, and each year the proceeds from the Super Bowl go toward community and national projects. Their fellow community organization, the Ambassadors of Fort Recovery, Ohio, hosts their own Grand National the following weekend, July 28th and 29th. And this year, for the first time, the long-standing 2-night event has added a Saturday afternoon session. Pulling twice each across 3 sessions are Grand National Superstock Diesel and Superstock Open tractors, 2-wheel drive and Superstock Diesel 4x4 trucks, and mini and unlimited modifieds. Region 2 Light Pros also get 2 cracks at the Ambassador Park tracks, while 4.1 Pro Stocks and Regional Modifieds get a turn apiece on Saturday afternoon. Located essentially at the Ohio-Indiana state line across from Portland, Fort Recovery is the longest continuously NTPA-sanctioned event dating to the early 1970s. And while they're cheering from the grandstand or hillside of the fort, another state line event will be taking place to the south in Brandenburg, Kentucky, just across the river from Portland, Indiana. That's the home of the Meade County Fair and its Grand Nationals on July 28th and 29th, where light Superstock, Superfarm, and Pro Stock tractors and 4-wheel drive trucks will entertain the gathering each night. The unique venue is like an indoor arena with no roof, as the land's natural layout and some of Van's own engineering has created an amphitheater with excellent views from all angles. The track crew has to plan the entrance and exit of each competition vehicle through a single tunnel under a pedestrian walkway, and only the lucky top finishers get to stay in the arena throughout the whole class to be honored with a trackside trophy presentation. We'll turn to the second half of the season next week, but right here we'll drop in a reminder that several of these events mentioned thus far, Benson, Hutchinson, Toma, Chapel Hill, and Fort Recovery, will be carried live on NTPA.tv. There's no substitute for the scent of burned diesel and the shake of the bleachers, but as we say, NTPA.tv is the next best thing to being there. And let's also note that by Fort Recovery, we'll be 2/3 of the way through the Hot Shot Secret Challenge, which will award $30,000 across the 13 participating Grand National divisions. For more information about the Hot Shot Secret Challenge, visit our article at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you very much, John Dunlap. There you go, NTPA update. Yeah, I was tempted to stop in at the. There's a Buc-ee's there down in Kentucky. You see all the roadside signs. Yeah, I've heard so much about them over the years, but of course, then last week after sharing the story about the truck driver that was turned away in their bobtail, no less. So many drivers had shared that story from my San Antone. Yeah, Buc-ee's first-timers turned away because of their choice of ride. If you missed that story, it was a team operation, husband-wife team, bobtailing. Pulled into the Buc-ee's parking lot. Yeah, essentially, the bobtail took up what would be 2 car parking spaces. No big deal. Because as they pointed out, there were RVs and trucks pulling trailers, like pickups pulling trailers and things like that, taking up a lot more space than their bobtail. The couple had gone into the store. The woman had picked out, she said, a handful of little outfits for her grandkids. They were going to spend money. approached by some employees asking, hey, is that your truck in the lot? You can't buy anything here. I would not even allow her to purchase the merchandise that she and he had in their hands, and actually escorted them out of the store and told them they had to get off the parking lot. It's nuts. Which has outraged many, many truck drivers. So again, I was tempted to pull in. In either case, it happens that there's a lot of construction going on in that zone where the Buc-ee's is, and I didn't want anything to do with trying to get off. All the exits are screwed up through that stretch anyway. But I got kind of a glimpse of it as I rolled down the interstate there. It looks like a massive place. Unbelievable the number of fuel pumps that are available and whatnot. But so, nonetheless, have not yet had an experience at Buc-ee's. Then I'm looking at some of the others who had followed up and shared the story over the past few days, and I see Monkey Gouger chimed in on the story. He said, "I hate this place." Then Eric said, after what Steve read on his show. Absolutely. Doc Holliday said, Buc-ee's can kiss my ass. Doc said, drive your car there, walk in, get about 10 different ice creams, set them on the counter, and then say, oh, I forgot, y'all don't like truckers. Leave them on the counter. Let's see. Tracy said, we were just at Buc-ee's this weekend. The DEF has signs that say no semis. So again, the diesel exhaust fluid is just for, I guess, pickup drivers and things of that nature, or an RV, maybe, that has a diesel engine. And she said, I wasn't all that impressed. It was crowded and way overpriced. All right. She also followed up by saying, I thought they had no semis because it was like a new location and they just weren't ready for the trucks. I didn't realize they don't want any trucks ever. Very disappointing to hear, but that is correct. Yeah, apparently that's the case at all the Buc-ee's. Yeah, no truck drivers, no tractor trailers, or even apparently bobtails. I mean, the signs entering the store say no 18-wheelers, and that's what that couple pointed out quite clearly. In your bobtail, you're not an 18-wheeler, that's for sure. So I don't know. I think corporate tries to say when they build their locations, their parking lots, I guess like the asphalt and whatnot is not at a level thick enough to accommodate the weight of big trucks. I'm guessing that's what they're saying. But either way, all that merchandise in every one of those Buc-ee's locations is brought in by trucks. All the fuel being dispensed from all those fuel islands they have are brought in by the gas haulers in the trucks. They get all their merchandise to sell from the truck drivers, but do not allow truck drivers to patronize their business. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. All right, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Let's see what's going on with Eagle this Tuesday. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Before I get to this situation in Texas, Steve, with the shootings, I'm going to start out with the truck driving deal. Yeah, down here in Texas where I live at, I'm in Texas now. I just made it back on my way home. They have the Buc-ee's or whatever you want to call them. They got they got one in Houston, and then they got another one close to Austin, Texas, and in between Houston and San Antonio, they got another one. They located. They got a lot of. They just built a new one in Alabama, Auburn, Alabama. I was there. I drove by there a couple of weeks ago. They don't want trucks in their parking lot. I can't blame them, Steve. These truck drivers. That's what I want to talk about. You said that you've seen all the trucks. The truck drivers don't respect nobody. They got signs on all these rest areas. It says no parking. Mm-hmm. No parking on the damn ramps. And you know why they don't want people parking on the ramps? Because they've had accidents where four-wheelers a drunk driver. I heard a couple years ago he ran into the back of a truck. The driver was asleep, and the guy ran into the back of the truck that was parked on the ramp. You go to some states like Virginia and Maryland, up on the East Coast, they'll give you a ticket. They'll wake you up, and then they'll give you a ticket as you're driving out before you leave. And that's exactly what they should do, because these truck drivers, they don't abide, but they make up their own laws and rules. The sign clearly says no truck parking, but I guarantee you, you go by any rest area at night, and there's trucks lined up, like you said, before you get to the rest area and after you get it. They might be a half mile down the damn interstate, trucks parked on the ramp. And then, these idiots don't realize how dangerous that is, Steve. You got cars going down the interstate doing 70, 80 miles an hour, and that guy pulls off of the ramp into traffic. I've seen that happen. A truck driver coming off his morning break after he's been asleep all night long. You can't build up no speed. How can you build up any speed if you parked on the ramp and you just enter into traffic? Mm-hmm. Cars running 70, 80 miles an hour. They don't have accidents that way. But these truck drivers don't care. And like I said, I don't blame Buc-ee's for not allowing truckers. If you you should pull through a truck stop parking lot, Steve, and you'll see why they don't want trucks in their parking lot with all the trash and the garbage and the way these people park. Sometimes in the morning, you can't even get out of a truck stop. These guys make their own parking space. You go into a Love's truck stop, and Love's is known for not having a lot of parking. They building their truck stops all over the place, but they're only putting 40 or 50 spots. That's not enough. So you got trucks parked on the shoulders. You got guys parking on the scale, beside the scale. You got guys parked behind other trucks. They don't give a damn where they park at. I seen a guy the other day when I pulled out of the truck stop. He was parked in the middle of the driveway, Steve. When you pull out of the parking lot, this guy just went to sleep in the middle of the driveway. You got to drive around this guy. Wow. They just don't give a damn. They have an attitude that they special and that nobody can tell them what to do. So that's the reason why truck drivers have such a bad reputation, and it's a well-earned bad reputation. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and it's not getting better. It's getting worse, especially with this new breed of drivers that's coming out here. They really think that they own the road, and I got bad news for them guys. They don't own the road. Learn how to back up your truck first into a parking space, and then maybe you might get some respect. These guys can't even back up a truck, and they want to act like they missed the super truck driver. So I don't even waste my time with these guys anymore. I just drive my truck and make my money, and whatever the rest of them do, that's their business. The way I look at it. Now, let's move on to this situation in Texas, Steve. I'm still pissed off and aggravated because this guy had the nerve. He said the same thing yesterday, and then he had the nerve to hold another news conference. I'm talking about the deal that happened down in Brownsville where this guy blatantly ran over these people. This so-called police officer had the nerve to say on his interview today that we don't know if this was done on purpose. What do you how stupid can you be? The man, they said he has been uncooperative with the police officers. They gave his record. He has a record a mile long, over 20 arrests for DWIs, drinking and driving, you name it. The guy's been arrested. We shouldn't have been on the street to begin with. And then some of the illegals that he ran over, they said that he got out of the car cussing at them after he ran them over. Now, doesn't that sound like somebody did that on purpose? What'd you say?
Absolutely, yeah. I believe they're pretty convinced it was intentional.
No, that's not what this officer said on the news conference this morning. This guy that I listened to on CNN, this idiot had the nerve. Well, we're still trying to determine if it was done on purpose. And he just give out the list of all the infractions that this guy has had, been in and out of jail. He's 32-year-old Hispanic man. I seen the video of him tonight. A 32-year-old individual, and like I say, he's nothing but a troublemaker. Like I say, I guarantee you, if you look at the black box on that guy's car, I guarantee you he never hit his brakes. Plus, he ran the red light, so that tells you that he didn't never hit his damn brakes. This was done on purpose. Like I told you last night, and it pisses me off because that guy's nothing but a coward. If you take a vehicle and run over some people, Steve, you're nothing but a coward. That guy is the worst scumbag that you can get. He don't even deserve to go to jail. It just aggravates me when people use a vehicle. It's bad enough people using guns to kill people, and now you got losers out there. They have the nerve to drive a vehicle over innocent people that's out there. These people are already down on their luck. You know, they new to this country. They don't even speak the language, and they're basically homeless. They got the clothes on their back. That's all they got, thanks to Joe Biden not doing his job, bringing these people to this country, and then not turning his back on them. If you're gonna bring them, if you're gonna tell these people to come, at least try to help you. You don't let them sleep on the damn street like they doing in El Paso. Like I say, Joe Biden is the biggest scumbag, Steve. That he is the worst president that we've ever had. This is a total disaster. What's gonna happen on Thursday when this deal expires? It's a damn shame. They said up to 20,000 people could be entering the U.S. on a daily basis after this 42 expires, and these people have no jobs. They don't speak the language. They don't have no family in this country. Yet Joe Biden is allowing these people to make. And like we don't have enough crime in America, Steve. How come people like Joe Biden can't add up to it 1 + 1, Steve? If you have a man that's in the country that doesn't speak the language, he can't get a job, he can't earn money to put money in his pocket. What's the next logical step for that man to do if he can't get a job and he needs money? He needs money and food in his pocket. What do you think that guy's going to start doing?
You got to steal.
He's going to start robbing.
Stealing. Yeah.
He's going to start robbing and stealing. What'd you say?
He's going to start robbing. Exactly. He's going to start stealing stuff.
Okay, so like we already don't have enough problems in the USA with the American criminals. Now he's importing criminals from other countries into this deal. So it's just a total disaster. Like I say, Joe Biden, he shouldn't have to be fired from the job. He ought to walk out of the White House in shame with his head down, because, like I said before, this country was not in this condition when he took this job 3 years ago. This country is spiraling out of control, and it's terrible what's going on. Like I say, the gun issue. Like I say, they continue going back and forth. We got another guy. This other guy, as a matter of fact, they finding out new evidence on this man in Allen that is backed up everything that I had told you the other day. The guy had mental problems, had been kicked out of the military, didn't even make it through basic training, and they put this man back on the street and had the nerve to give him a job. He said he was working as a security guard and training how to use these type of weapons. This guy should have never been on the street to begin with. Now, I want to tell you about some of the people that this guy shot, Steve. Do you realize this guy wiped out a whole family? It was an Asian. I just found this out today. An Asian family from, I think they said, South Korea. He killed the mother, the father, and I think one of the kids were 2 or 3 years old, and one of the kids lived, the 6-year-old, I think it was. He wiped out a whole family, and then he killed two girls that was sisters, and they were only, I think they were only like 7 or 8 years old. This loser, he wiped out a whole family. This dude got out of a car and just started shooting people. Right. This is the lowest of the lowest of the scumbags. And like I said before, Greg Abbott is doing everything he can, and everybody is trying to make him out to be the bad guy. He's already trying to deploy the military, National Guard, down to the Texas border to try to control things, since Joe Biden won't do nothing, and he's basically got his hands tied. So this is just the ugly situation, Steve, that's going on in the state of Texas. And people think the crime is bad now. And like I said, remember I just said the last 2 mass murders, the last 3 mass murders, as a matter of fact, that we've had in the U.S., all of them were Hispanic, Steve. The one in Cleveland, Texas, the one that took place in Brownsville, and the one that took place in Allen, Texas, whatever the hell it's called. All 3 of these were Hispanic. And remember, like I said, Joe Biden is bringing more people into this country from the other nations, and it's just like I say, the crime in Texas, it's already bad. It's going to skyrocket, and by the end of the year, there's no telling how many shootings and killings we're gonna have. It's really disgusting. And one last thing I want to say to you, Steve, before I hang up with you: anybody who say that they think that we don't have a problem with mass murders in America, I just listened to the stats today. We're only 5 months into the year, Steve, and we've had they consider 4 people or more being dead a mass murder. We've had over 200 mass murder shootings in America in less than 5 damn months, and that's a damn shame. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, that is a sad statistic. Yes, it is. All right, let me see. Rick asked the question. It was about an hour ago. He said, anybody know how long 71 North in northern Kentucky is going to be shut down? All right, I did a little searching. I can't get a confirmation whether it is yet reopened, but going back like 4 hours ago, the Gallatin County Sheriff's Office said that units were working 2 significant accidents on 71. One was at the 57-mile marker, another at the 58-mile marker. Now, I look up to some of the posts and people showing photographs with the tail lights as far as the eye can see. I mean, miles and miles of backup. One said, still here at midnight. Let's see, one says, looks like they're actually... At one point, they had 2 helicopters, like air care rescue units, headed to the scene of one of those accidents, I believe, based on the fact that they're doing a reconstruction at one of the 2 locations. That means fatality involved. One vehicle had gone off the interstate, I believe rolled, caught fire, and the individual had been ejected from that vehicle. Not sure about the other. Don't know how many fatalities, but here as of about an hour ago, they were still shut down. So one said, I came to a complete stop at a little after 9:30 this past evening, which shortly after that, emergency vehicles, cops speeding past. Then about an hour later, more cops arriving on the scene. So again, I'm assuming that the first accident occurred, you had the emergency responders there, and then apparently another accident occurs, which prompted more. So anybody have a heads up whether or not that is still shut down, maybe give us a call at 844-3388. All right, to get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. I guess we've got another DA of the Week nominee in the trucking industry. Lo and behold, surprise, surprise. Philip's on board, going to be checking in coming up here. And, very quiet phone, so jump on in as we make our way into a Tuesday, 9th day of May. Lots to cover. We'll get the latest on will Hunter Biden be facing charges? Again, the latest coming up on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News update. When it comes to the debt ceiling, the Biden administration thinks raising it is a no-brainer.
There shouldn't be negotiations on the debt limit. This is something that they should get to regular order and get to work on.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says President Biden will make it clear tomorrow when he meets with congressional leaders that the debt ceiling must be raised with no conditions, just like they did 3 times for President Trump. Closing arguments have wrapped up in the civil rape trial against former President Trump. A lawyer for E. Jean Carroll told jurors his client was exactly Trump's type. Trump has denied any wrongdoing and claims Carroll made up the story to sell copies of her book. Jury deliberations will begin tomorrow. And Twitter accounts that haven't been active for several years are going to be purged. CEO Elon Musk said users may see a drop in their number of followers following that purge. John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, back at it here. All right. Yeah, last evening, Philip had called, and he was kind of filling us in about the new satellites that were deployed over the weekend. I had not heard about that. Then I came across the story this past day, and I said, oh, that's what Philip was talking about. Yeah, the first two satellites in NASA's new hurricane hunting constellation have taken to the skies the two CubeSats. According to the founding members of the agency's Tropics network, launched over the weekend atop a Rocket Lab Electron rocket that lifted off from the company's New Zealand site. About 33 minutes after liftoff, the Electron deployed the shoebox-sized Tropics CubeSats into low Earth orbit, about 340 miles above the Earth. The Tropics constellation, Tropics for short, which stands for Time-Resolved Observations of Precipitation Structure and Storm Intensity with a constellation of small sats, will consist ultimately of 4 CubeSats. Now, Rocket Lab will launch the other 2 satellites about 2 weeks from now, if all goes according to plan. The CubeSats will measure the hour-by-hour formation and progression of tropical systems and hurricanes with enhanced specificity. We'll get data better than we've ever got before, which will be the ability to look in the microwave wavelength region in these storms, hourly cadence, to look at the storm as it forms, as it intensifies. We hope to improve our understanding of the basic processes that drive the storms and ultimately improve our ability to forecast the track and the intensity. And they say this is a incredible leap in the ability to watch the formation of these systems. It's pretty interesting. All right, Rocket Lab boasts the ability to launch from 2 very different parts of the planet. They also have a site in the Mid-Atlantic Regional Seaport or Spaceport there in Virginia. Both TROPICS missions were originally slated to fly from Mars, but were shifted to New Zealand. Mars being the Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport, not the planet Mars. All right, the work was relatively trivial, they say, by shifting the launch locations. It was originally going to be a 6-satellite constellation. The first 2 were lost when the rocket ride provided by the California company failed during launch last June. NASA then selected Rocket Lab to launch the remaining 4 satellites. Should the second mission experience any anomalies on its way, the TROPICS constellation will not be useless if we only get one of the 2 launches that we still have 2 satellites. Yeah, there's still a lot to learn from the data. So they've got 2 up there, and maybe so the next 2, hopefully, successfully, maybe a couple weeks from now. But yeah, that was interesting. You broke it down for us yesterday morning. Pretty cool. Morning, Philip.
Hey, buddy. Yeah. Those satellites are about the size of a loaf of bread. They showed them on the during the rocket coverage. They were showing, during the launch coverage. They're about the size of a loaf of bread. It looks just like a metal box, but in one side of it, it has the lens and all that. Instrumentation to read. So if we get those up there, it's going to be a big deal for us, especially with the models, because the models right now are about 2 hours on a model run. And then by the time general public gets it, it's about 4 hours. So it's a lot of time there that we can, prepare. That's the biggest thing with hurricanes, is preparing, getting things right. Just back in like 1929 or so, think about this, Steve, like in Okeechobee, everybody was walking down the street thinking it was just a regular day. And within about 5 to 6 hours, the town was completely flooded with about 6 foot of mud on it. And Lake Okeechobee washed out because the wind from the storm was so bad, it blew the water out of the lake and completely flooded the town and took all the mud from the lake and put it in the town of Okeechobee. So, have you ever been down to Lake Okeechobee, Steve?
I have not. No, sir.
It's a really cool lake. If you look at the state of Florida, it's down towards the bottom by Miami, close. It's like in the middle. It's a lake that you look at it and you can't even see the other side. I mean, it's huge. It's massive, and it has a big dike system, which is like mounds that are built around it, and they're built around it because of that hurricane. After that hurricane, they built the dikes around it to keep the water from coming out of it. And hurricanes are powerful things. A lot of people don't understand it, but I mean, what you see on TV is a little bit of it. You need to be the person to see it. But it's a lot of destruction, and I really think they're going to get worse. I think they're going to get worse before anything. I mean, and our hurricanes down here are not the worst ones. The bad ones are actually down by Antarctica and Australia, and the other side of Australia. That's where the really, really bad storms are, and also the typhoons that are out there towards Japan and China. Steve, I wanted to bring up something that a lot of people don't realize they do when they post things with social media. Are you familiar with Dale Earnhardt Jr., Steve?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I was big. When Dale Sr. died, he was my guy for years. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to give you an example of how things can be misconstrued on social media. And Okay, so did you by chance watch the Derby over the weekend? The Kentucky Derby?
I was driving. I was in transit. No, I did not get to watch it.
Okay, well, Dale Jr., he's in with NBC and he does a lot of broadcasting. And, they've had him at, actually at all the NASCAR events, but they brought him to the Kentucky Derby. He's been going to the Kentucky Derby and helping them with the broadcast coverage of the Kentucky Derby. Well, he made a prediction on one of the horses, and it's the horse that won the race. And there's speculation that he made a bet on that. Well, he posted on Twitter that he was going to sell the team. He's going to sell his Xfinity team and all that stuff. Well, it's just a joke. You know how people sometimes get that way when they maybe get a little bit of money or something goes on. They know, well, I'm just going to do this and move everything over to horse racing. But it wasn't true. And it's, how much media coverage that's got as far as the story goes, him selling his teams. That's crazy stuff. So that's just one example of what social media can do. You can think you're playing around, and it can be pretty detrimental to your business.
Wow.
And we all know what's going on with Bud Light. I mean, that shows you how fast social media can go, and how fast things can go with social media. It's just crazy stuff when social media can do that. Have you heard about Legacy Motor Group going to Toyota, Steve?
I'm not familiar.
You know who Legacy is? That's Richard Petty's former team.
Okay.
It doesn't have the Petty name on it anymore. It's owned by Jimmy Johnson and another gentleman. Petty's still affiliated with it on appearance levels, but there was a story that was brought out the other day, and I don't even know if it's true. The guy I heard it from is pretty big on the internet. As far as an influencer goes on YouTube, but they're going to be converted over to Toyota. Who would ever think you'd see the number 43 on a Toyota? It just goes to show the power of social media and how things happen out here.
Wow. Yeah, no doubt.
It's a lot of people just don't understand it. And what you post on there is going to be on there forever, unless you have the choice to edit it or delete it, which 9 times out of 10 you can't. I just heard in your story or your news break that Elon Musk is going to be deleting Twitter accounts that haven't been used in years. Well, a lot of people go on Twitter just to look, just to see, just like Facebook. A lot of people go on Facebook just to see. They don't post everything. They don't do all the stuff that a lot of people think you do when you're on social media.
Right.
A lot of people go on there just to look.
I know my former employer had set up a Twitter account for me, which I never accessed. I never ever posted a tweet. And I don't know. That Hotshot Secret, I don't know. They may have a Twitter account set up. I have no idea. If they do, they haven't been used, I've never sent a tweet before.
Well, that's one thing I always wanted to ask Steve, and you've been in the news world and the media. Okay, so when you see, you go on TV, you look on TV and you see the nightly news, and the anchor has such and such. It says it's basically their Twitter account that's on there. Is that provided by the company, Steve?
I guess most of the television broadcast people have one set up through their employer, and they may have their own separate individual Twitter account.
Yeah. It's just amazing. I mean, the amount of information everybody thrives for. I mean, I'm one of the guys, obviously, by what I talk about on here, and I thrive on getting information and finding out information and deciphering if it's really real or not. But there's a lot of people out there that just they just want to go that social media route just to see what's going on with things, and it's just amazing. It amazes me the amount of people, how they're drawn on to social media. shoot, I remember watching this show through Facebook to start with, and obviously that other people that that YouTube thing. I watched that a lot.
Yeah.
But I agree with what YouTube's doing as far as I mean, I can't even play my guitar on the YouTube anymore because I might be playing somebody's song, and that's a copyright infringement. So, I'm a bad guy if I play somebody's song, even though I'm trying to help promote their product. And that's what a lot of people don't understand about the music industry. There's another side of it called business, that where you're promoting a product. I mean, Taylor Swift is proof of that here lately. How much has she been in the news because of her product?
Oh, yeah.
So, it's just something that I think a lot of people need to pay an interest to. And as far as these shootings and stuff, look at the social media outlook on that. I mean, and it's just been crazy. And I'll tell you what, Eagle, I pray for Texas, man, because I tell you, there's a lot of stuff going on in Texas. It's happening down there. I mean, it's happening down here, and never know, it might be down here in Florida before you know it. But I mean, we talked a lot about mental illness in the last few days, and on the show, many times on the show, and that's what it's about. So, you guys have a good day, Stephen. I appreciate you having me. Thank you.
All right, thanks for checking in there. Philip, have a great day. You do the same. It is 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Tuesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, in light of the ongoing Bud Light controversy, in stark contrast to Bud Light and the woke agenda, America's oldest brewery is once again showing Anheuser-Busch InBev how it's done. Or speaking of none other than Pottsville, Pennsylvania-based Yuengling, announcing this past day they're bringing back the lager can designed that celebrates the stars and stripes and U.S. veterans. Yeah, unlike the Belgian conglomerate's decision to embrace left-wing politics, Yuengling is asking customers to rock the Stars and Stripes with us. Team Red, White, and Blue all summer. Team Red, White, and Blue is a nonprofit dedicated to veterans' health. Yingling said they're donating $55,000 to that organization. The Team RWB Camo Cans, Team Red, White, and Blue, actually first appeared last year, part of the company's year-round Stars and Stripes program to honor and uplift servicemen and women and veterans. If you knew it or not, a couple of years ago, Yingling and Bud Light were actually in a clash when Bud Light accused them of stealing one of their ad slogans. Seems to be working hard to benefit from the Bud Light transgender debacle. Earlier in April, the company posted images on social media featuring the U.S. flag. Bud Light, on the other hand, is still suffering the effects of the massive boycott, staggering decline in sales, and be interesting to see if things get worse or better. As we shared last evening, pretty much offering an apology, at least the CEO of Anheuser-Busch, apologizing to their staple customers over the years, trying to say that that ad campaign, that management leadership had nothing to do with it, and it was actually a third party and an outside contractor that put that together. They've fired the third-party contractor, which now has in turn angered the LGBTQ community, because they're now saying, oh, you don't stand with us after all. So they're apparently, they're pulling Anheuser-Busch products out of some of the gay bars and things of that nature around the country. What a big pile of doo-doo they've stepped into. All right, got a couple minutes before we hit news break here, so I'll tell you what, hang in there. We'll get to Rambler, Horse Feathers, Eagle. We'll be chiming in once again coming up here. Meanwhile, Indiana State Police arresting and charging a man who they say stole a semi-truck from their former employer over the weekend. State Police received a call about a semi that was stolen from a trucking company by a fired employee. Was thought to be traveling east on the Indiana Toll Road. About 12:42 in the afternoon, a state trooper spotted the blue 2019 Freightliner as it exited the Indiana Toll Road at the Notre Dame exit, mile marker 77. A trooper activated his lights, followed the truck onto the exit ramp, but the driver of the Freightliner drove through the orange traffic cones prior to the toll booth and re-entered the toll road eastbound. The driver of the Freightliner continued eastbound into Elkhart County, avoiding several sets of stop sticks as the Freightliner approached the LaGrange County line. The truck struck a set of stop sticks. During the chase, the driver actually called 911 and began speaking to the dispatcher. The dispatcher spoke to him and encouraged him to pull over and end the chase. Driver, identified as 31-year-old Darrell Kelly of Bear, Delaware, eventually pulled over near mile marker 114 there in LaGrange County. So from the 77 to the 114 mile marker, troopers say Kelly was booked into the county jail on charges of resisting law enforcement, theft, and reckless driving. His dog was placed in custody at the local Humane Society till families can pick it up. State police said an interesting turn in a weekend pursuit of an alleged stolen semi-tractor trailer, when the driver of the pursued semi called 911 and spoke to our dispatcher. Calm voices in stressful times. So I guess the dispatcher actually got through to him, just convinced him, hey, it's just end this now, don't make things worse, because the more this goes on, the worse things are going to get, which is true, right? Yeah, you end up just piling on the citations. And yeah, it could have ultimately been involved in an accident, could have killed somebody. All right, recall Daimler Trucks North America recalling certain Freightliner and Western Star trucks over an issue with the electronic stability control system. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, nearly 3,500 2020 to 2024 Freightliner business class M2 trucks. You've got 2020 to 24 Cascadias, 2020 Classic Cascadia, and 2022 Western Star 4700 trucks. In the affected trucks, the vehicles equipped with an electronic stability control system and tire combination that may understeer during what they call a J-turn. As such, these vehicles fail to comply with the requirements of the FMCSA, or the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard 136, electronic stability control systems on heavy vehicles. Understeering during a J-turn may increase the risk of a crash, they say. Remedy for the recall is still trying to be developed, according to the notification. Letters to the affected owners of Freightliner and Western Star trucks expected to be mailed out coming up on June the 24th. So heads up there. All right, we're at the top of the hour. Another hour in the books. Looks like rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Jury deliberations begin tomorrow in the civil rape trial against former President Trump. During closing arguments today in the civil case, a lawyer for E. Jean Carroll told jurors his client was exactly Trump's type and that he sexually assaulted her the same way he described treating women on an Access Hollywood tape. Trump denies any wrongdoing and claims Carroll made up the story to sell copies of her book. When it comes to the debt ceiling, the Biden administration thinks raising it is a no-brainer.
There shouldn't be negotiations on the debt limit. This is something that they should get to regular order and get to work on.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says President Biden will make it clear tomorrow when he meets with congressional leaders that the debt ceiling must be raised with no conditions, just like they did 3 times for President Trump. The Republican-backed Secure the Border Act, which was introduced last week, is receiving a veto threat from President Biden. That bill's aimed at cracking down on the flow of migrants over the U.S.-Mexico border. According to the administration, the bill would cut off access to humanitarian protections for migrants, make processing less efficient, and cut funding for programs that help local governments deal with incoming migrants. New rules for airline accountability have been outlined by President Biden after thousands were stranded during the holidays due to flight cancellations and delays that were not weather-related.
Many missed family gatherings, spent Christmas at an airport, waited countless hours in line or on the phone because there weren't enough pilots, there weren't enough personnel.
Airlines would be required to offer compensation beyond refunds, which would include the cost of hotel rooms, meals, and transportation for controllable flight cancellations or significant delays. And Wall Street is closing mixed to start off this week. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 55 points, the S&P 500 added just 1 point, and the Nasdaq went up by 21 points. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs is worried about the migrant surge that's expected when Title 42 comes to an end Thursday.
I'm afraid these challenges will only get worse. And I'm afraid the federal government is unprepared to meet the demands of the expected influx.
Hobbs says Arizona remains committed to assisting border communities during what she's calling a challenging time. The National Association of Government Employees is suing the Biden administration over a law that sets the nation's debt limit. The union says the law is unconstitutional because it gives President Biden and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen authority to decide which payments to prioritize if the U.S. hits its debt limit. They claim that violates the separation of powers by taking over Congress's spending authority. The union wants to make sure workers aren't furloughed. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis doesn't want his state doing business with China. Today he signed a number of bills targeting that nation.
Florida makes it very clear we don't want the CCP in the Sunshine State. We want to maintain this as the free state of Florida, and that's exactly what these bills are doing.
One of the bills will prohibit China from buying land in Florida. Another bans Chinese-owned TikTok on state-owned devices and networks, and another stops all university partnerships with counterparts in China. And there's only one NHL playoff game tonight. The Vegas Golden Knights head north of the border to take on the Edmonton Oilers in Game 3 of their series, which is tied at 1 game apiece. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, and just like that, we crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Everybody on the same page now. Here we are, 9th day of May. Hope your week's off to a good start. Yeah, I mentioned D right out of the box, who checked in, said he was in the ER this evening. Didn't at the moment explain. He chimed in here about an hour and a half ago. But just came across it. Said, I've actually been off work since Thanksgiving. I had major surgery, including gallbladder removal at the time. And I've been slowly going downhill. Lost 47 pounds since the surgery. Have issues with my pancreas from the surgery. I'm so weak, severely malnourished. Pancreas not distributing enough nutrients to my body to keep it going. I look like a walking skeleton. I was at 167. I'm down to 120. Wow. I had a CT scan earlier with contrast. That's what he's in the ER now, waiting for results, I guess. Hooked up to an IV. All right, so wow. Yeah, something not right. So maybe a prayer for D, and hopefully the doctors can get things in order there. Thinking about you. All right, Rubber Duck, there he is. Going back to Eagle's call about the truck parking. He said Eagle is spot on again. No trucking parking problem for me most nights because it's home, parked in the yard. Joey said, I've been driving since 1980, and these last 10 years, I've been yard driver. It's amazing how this industry has changed. Hello to Luke. Luke said, morning, Steve. I enjoy listening to your show. I've been listening since your interview with Q-Ball. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, Q-Ball. Haven't heard from him in a couple of weeks, have we? He'll chime in here at some point. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Up and at him on that first cup of coffee. Let's see. After a day off, my Reds are back on the field. They'll be taking on the Mets tonight. Yeah, last time I spoke to Knucklebuster. Knucklebuster, a big Cards fan, right? I believe. Yes. I neglected to ask him because I wasn't aware. I said, I'm going to say, how's your Cards doing this year? Uh-oh. I came across the stats yesterday. Yeah, Cards are dead last in the division. I mean, what a turnaround, what a difference a year can make. The Pittsburgh Pirates are leading the division. Cards are dead last in the division. I think Reds are fourth, just above the Cardinals. But all right, there you go. What else we got on this Tuesday morning? Let me flip over. All right, the bribery allegations were brought to the Justice Department by a whistleblower. This is going back to the Hunter Biden / Joe Biden bribery allegations. Apparently, this was brought to the Justice Department in 2018, but it was ignored. According to a former federal prosecutor over the weekend, the 2018 whistleblower is a separate case from last Wednesday's allegation made public by James Comer, who subpoenaed the FBI for records based on another whistleblower's claims alleging a criminal scheme involving then Vice President Joe Biden. Things are beginning to pile up here. The second allegation of bribery against Joe Biden involves Hunter Biden's board membership in Burisma, the Ukraine energy company. According to the New York Post, Bud Cummins, a former federal prosecutor, first reported the bribery allegations to then New York U.S. Attorney Jeff Berman all the way back in October of 2018, they say. That's a long time ago. Now, this was in an email claiming that he had evidence that Joe Biden had, quote, exercised influence to protect his son's Ukrainian employer in exchange for payments to Hunter, Devon Archer, and Joe Biden. In the email obtained by John Solomon, Cummins said Ukraine's then prosecutor, General Yuri Lysenko, wanted to travel to the United States to meet Berman and could produce 2 John Doe witnesses to corroborate his claims about the Bidens. Despite Cummins' claims, Berman did not respond. I can't really imagine a legitimate reason for the Department of Justice not to follow up on an offer like that. I felt like it was I was stonewalled, he says. It doesn't make much sense to investigate the guy who brings you the allegation rather than the allegation itself. According to Cummins, Berman failed to respond and instead obtained data from his iPhone via a grand jury subpoena to Apple. In what appears to feel like retaliation, Cummins said it was perverse that you report an allegation of a pretty serious crime and they don't investigate that, but they investigate you. Congressional investigators are now creating a timeline to show that federal law enforcement agencies were given the information from 2016 to 2020 that raises concerns about the Biden family businesses. Now, what's odd to me about that is 2016 to 2020, those years would have been under the Trump administration. Was the federal agencies, even under Trump, trying to protect the Biden dynasty? Now, one of those red flags became public last Wednesday when, as we shared, Comer and Chuck Grassley claimed a document exists alleging details of an arrangement involving an exchange of money for actual policy decisions between now President Biden, who was at that time vice president, and a foreign national. Breitbart News reported elements of a potential bribery scheme involving Joe and his family members' overseas business interests, which has been evident for years. And such evidence could actually support the impeachment of Joe Biden, according to Breitbart News. I think that the subpoena last week. I believe they gave them, was it till the 11th for the FBI to present that document to them? They've got this, supposedly big press conference coming up on Wednesday where many new details of what they've discovered with the banking transactions about the Biden and the Biden family, numerous members of the family, are all going to be unveiled. Again, coming up on Wednesday. It makes me kind of wonder what kind of crisis may unfold early Wednesday morning to distract media's attention away from that. Let's just wait and see if something really fishy happens. Something big, you know what I mean? Well, good morning, Rambler. How's your week kicking off?
Well, good morning, Steve, and hello, God's children. Glad to be talking to you and back on the air with you to start a beautiful week, Tuesday morning, May the 9th. Praise God. And so how was your trip down to Flintstone, Georgia, and how was your trip back up, sir?
Well, I made it back. I made it there, made it back. Weather-wise, travel was smooth sailing. I didn't have to deal with any rain or anything.
Right.
I had smooth sailing. Yeah.
Didn't have to pull over and change a tire from hitting those potholes that the wonderful state of Kentucky has on I-75.
Yeah, well, on the way home through Kentucky, and the wife's trying to sleep, and she's like, "Why do you keep hitting those bumps?" And I said, "It's Kentucky."
What do you expect, right?
Yeah.
We better chill out with the Kentucky talk because Miss Millie might choke us. That's a proud Kentucky woman right there. Speaking of proud ladies, did you see the Georgia Peach while you were there?
Indeed, I did. Sure did.
Oh, I tell you what a beautiful woman and what a class lady. I tell you, God's children, if any single men out there, that if you're a godly man, number one, because this is what we prayed for, her and I both. We prayed for her, a godly man and a man that has a stock portfolio. So if you have them, if listen, if you love God, number one, God's number one in your life, and you're willing to love God and love yourself, and you have a stock portfolio, you may want to hit Steve up about the Georgia Peach, and she's a good-looking lady and a class lady at that. So, well, I'm glad you got to see Wanda. And did she come home with you, or she had to stay down there around the old Bluebird?
No, we got to visit. She was actually there at the house this Friday when I got there. We all went out to Cracker Barrel for dinner, and
there you go.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with that. Only thing wrong is that Cracker Barrel serves alcohol. Now, I never thought I'd live to see the day that they do that, but that's the way of the world. And speaking of the way of the world, a lot of people are going to roll their eyes when I say it, but I will say it. I will preach it until the day God decides to either rapture us out of here, or He decides, okay, your time is finished, Brother Ramble. I'm going to put you in the ground and come on up there to see me. But I will say it, and you can roll your eyes or turn the radio off if you want to. The reason why we have all this madness is because demonic oppression and demonic possession, all controlled by the one, the only, Satan himself, who is preparing for a 7-year reign with the Antichrist as his full servant and the false prophet making wonders happen. And he's getting ready, and I tell you, it's all around us. And Steve, I can back this up with Scripture, because if you go to 2 Kings chapter 6 and starting in verse 16, we come to Elijah, and they're being encamped, chased by the Syrians. And this little old servant is scared to death. So Elijah says, I pray thee, open his eyes that he may see. And the Lord opening the eyes of the young man, and he saw and beheld, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire around about them. Now, what God allowed when the man of God spoke this was, see, God, there's a veil over our eyes. Now, you have some people that claim to be psychic
that's my word for psychic, that can talk to spirits and this, that, and the other. And really, they're talking to what's called familiar spirits. The reason why they're called familiar spirits is because that demon is familiar with you and familiar with your family. And they're familiar with mankind because they've been around for over 6,000 years. You got to remember, the devil is a slick dude. If he could talk a third of the angels into throwing their lot in with him, he could talk you into doing some pretty bad things. And you know what? That's what's going on. You got these people that's killing everyone, running over people with cars. What do you think they're powered by? Powered by demonic oppression or demonic possession? In my opinion, it's demonic possession. And if you could if you could see what's in the spirit world, it would plumb scare you half to death, the battles that's going on around us and we don't even see it, God's children. So, you want to know, you want an explanation, that's it. And that's about all I can give you. Either believe it, get ready, accept the blood of Christ that was shed for you, and get ready for what's about to come, or deny the blood of Christ, have that trump of God sound, and think, well, my God, everyone's done disappeared. Must have been an alien invasion, and aliens done abducted 1 billion people from this world. So you just got to, accept the facts. This is what's going on with people. And listen, the devil don't need an excuse to be evil. People say, why is evil in the world? The devil don't need an excuse to be evil. He is the father of evil. Well, the devil one day looked at himself and says, you know what? Even though God created me, I think I'm better than God. I'm going to overthrow him on his throne. Evil existed. And also, he's the father of lies. So we don't know what's going on in these people's heads, but obviously it is very much demonic. So, I mean, come on. What would make a person want to change their gender? What would make a person want to go into a school and shoot up a school? I mean, come on. It's obviously powered by Satan and his fallen angels and them old demons. So, but that's all I got to say for right now, Steve. If anyone wants to prove me wrong, call up, say what you want to about me. I don't care. You know what? You can say what you want to about me. I got pretty thick skin. And if you're going to be in the ministry, you better have that thick skin. You better be able to take criticism and take a lot of it, God's children. But I want to thank everyone for giving Determined Ministries Church a chance. Steve, we had a great service about acceptance and reconciliation. Acceptance and reconciliation. We had a great service, and we had a pretty good turnout. Had just about a little over 300 people tuned in and watched, and of course had a few in the congregation, and we're still trying to build that part up, Steve, but we're doing a good job. And of course, as always, I always give you a shout out at the end. And I want to write that man's name. You see his name is D. And,
D-E, and what's his last name? I'm going to try to scroll up here, see if I can find it. D-E Heighton.
Go ahead, sir.
Last name is Heighton, Heighton, D. Heighton.
Okay, I want to put him on our prayer list, and I want us to remember a few other people before I get off here. Chris Orndorff, known as Gilligan, has a procedure coming up May the 10th. Let's keep him in your prayers. Also, very serious, J.R. Garden has started, and that's Country Bumpkin. He's had to retire. Well, he actually retired before he found out he was sick with cancer, but he's going to start treatment for cancer. Miss Millie, God bless her. We love our Kentucky gal, Miss Millie. She's got some tests, and she's asked me to pray for her. Y'all pray for these people. And they're just not people, they're God's children, and there's many, many more, many, many others that are suffering and going through things, God's children. And, we just need to pray for them, and I pray for all of y'all out there. I love you, and I sincerely mean that. Regardless of you like me, you don't like me, it doesn't matter. And I want to remember Victor also, the blind man, and we're praying for him as well, that he gets over this, gets back at home. And Also, we want to pray for horse feathers and that Mother's Day convoy that they got coming up with a good cause for the Make-A-Wish. And Steve, we just thank you for being back. Thank you, Lord, in the name of Jesus, for protecting Steve Summers and the Princess, for getting them back down and getting them back up safe and sound. That answered my prayers. And us children, remember this. Love. It's just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler and Steve Summers can love you, and we do. And Steve, thank you for taking my call. God bless you. We'll catch you on the flip side. 10-4.
Dan, yep, there you go. Over and out. Thank you very much. And Brother Rambler. All right. Amazon. Amazon.com is offering you $10 to pick up your purchase rather than have it shipped to your home address, as they join other retailers racing to slash costs for home delivery and returns amid slack consumer demand. Amazon, over the last few days, has emailed an unknown number of Prime subscribers offering them $10 to retrieve an order of $25 or more at what they call company pickup locations, like a Whole Foods store, Amazon Fresh, or Kohl's location. The upstate New York-based shipping consultant, Dean McCubby, was among the customers who received that offer. Increasing use of Amazon pickup points could help the company bypass some of the costly residential package drop-offs, and a huge opportunity for Amazon to reduce the cost of delivery, they say. It also helps train consumers to tender returns directly to the company, he said. Now, Amazon separately has started charging some customers a $1 fee if they return packages via United Parcel Service. When there's an Amazon pickup or return location closer to their delivery address. Shipping companies UPS and FedEx have encouraged customers to use their so-called access points, particularly in rural areas where delivery to far-flung addresses, people that live out in the middle of nowhere, that Amazon, the UPS, the FedEx driver, they got to drive all the way out there to pick up the packages. Yeah, and enough, look at the cost of fuel. It's down, but it's still up there. Looking at 29 past the hour, news break time as we roll into a Tuesday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The White House says it's Congress's constitutional duty to raise the debt ceiling.
There shouldn't be negotiations on the debt limit. This is something that they should get to regular order.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre accused House Republicans of manufacturing a crisis. Republicans insist this is the moment to address decades of bloated federal spending. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he's deploying another National Guard unit to the border for this week's end of Title 42. The public health rule has been used to expedite deportations, and without it, there are worries about a surge of illegal immigration. The governor says the Texas Tactical Border Force will focus on stopping asylum seekers from crossing illegally into the country. The Biden administration estimates that 13,000 people will come across the border illegally on a daily basis once Title 42 expires on Thursday. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, meanwhile, quickly on to this morning's artificial intelligence update. It's almost like something new every day. And what's amazing to me is we even have to have this discussion. You know, who would even think about allowing artificial intelligence to have the capability to launch nuclear weapons? Apparently, they are. A bipartisan group of lawmakers is pursuing legislation to prevent the Pentagon from using artificial intelligence to launch nuclear weapons, which to me says somewhere in the Pentagon, there is actually that discussion. The Block Nuclear Launch by Autonomous Artificial Intelligence Act aims to safeguard the nuclear command and control process from future policy changes that might allow artificial intelligence to make nuclear launch and targeting decisions. Representatives Ken Buck of Colorado, Don Baird of Virginia, Ted Lieu of California, Ed Markey of Massachusetts introduced the legislation to both chambers of Congress on April the 26th. While U.S. military use of artificial intelligence can be appropriate for enhancing national security purposes, use of AI for deploying nuclear weapons without a human chain of command and control is reckless, dangerous, and should be prohibited. You think? Really? I'm proud to co-sponsor the legislation that ensures human beings, not machines, have the final say over the most critical and sensitive military decisions. Like I say, can you believe we're even having to have this discussion? AI is no substitute for human judgment. The Pentagon's 2022 Nuclear Posture Review maintains that its current policy is to maintain a human in the loop for all actions critical to informing and executing decisions by the president to initiate and terminate nuclear weapon deployment. That policy appears informal, however, and does not apply to non-nuclear autonomous lethal systems, despite popular misconception, are not prohibited by the Pentagon. This bill will codify the Pentagon's existing policy on artificial intelligence and nuclear weapons by mandating no federal funds could be used for the launch of any nuclear weapon by an automated system without meaningful human control. Now, what is that? What is meaningful human control? According to the bill, that would include human decision-making over the selection and engagement of nuclear targets and the time, location, and manner of such use. This artificial intelligence is developing at an extremely rapid pace, while we try to grapple with the pace at which it is accelerating. The future of AI and its role in society is not clear. It can never be a substitute for human judgment when it comes to launching nuclear weapons. I mean, since the Cold War, the U.S. has maintained a number of second-strike nuclear capabilities on what's called launch on warning status, which means the nation will launch nuclear weapons at a perceived nuclear aggressor upon detection of incoming missiles, rather than waiting to verify that the nation has actually been struck by such an attack. I mean, this goes right back to what was at the time the science fiction movie, where, what was the name of the system? The Whopper, I believe it was. The scientist who had developed the system to play games, the computers were involved. And it was a simulation. When the detection of foreign incoming nukes were detected, they were looking to launch. It was science fiction that could become the actual reality. According to the Pentagon's 2022 China Power Report, China is also implementing a launch on warning protocol called Early Warning Counterstrike, under which a warning of a missile strike leads to a counterstrike before an enemy first strike can actually detonate. They've conducted exercises involving launch on warning nuclear response since at least 2017. Thus, should either nation allow artificial intelligence to make decisions about launches, a false positive on nuclear tracking systems could quickly escalate to full-blown nuclear war. No doubt. Such a scenario could also be exacerbated by other recent technological developments including China's development of technologies that could seize or otherwise interfere with our satellite infrastructure, including missile targeting systems. As we live an increasingly digital age, we have to ensure humans hold the power alone to command, control, and launch, not robots. We must keep humans in the loop on making life and death decisions to use deadly force, especially when it comes to our most dangerous weapons. But again, I cannot fathom that they would even contemplate thinking that a computer system, an artificial intelligence, would be more useful than the human brain. Wow. All right, back to the phones here. Yes, Eagle's got a follow-up. What you got this time around, Eagle?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, okay, back on. Okay, yeah, I wanted to talk about one other thing tonight, and after I clear up some things about the NASCAR deal, the fight that they had at the end of the race. Well, when the guy, one of the drivers, hit another man, they still haven't ruled out what's going to happen with that yet. If he's going to be suspended or money's going to come out of his pocket. So we'll see how that turns out in the next couple of days. Oh, yeah, and one thing I forgot to tell you, Steve, the main reason I was calling you back, do you realize, maybe you could check on this yourself, that there is a travel advisory? Normally you hear about travel advisories for American people when they go to Mexico or, another South American country. Did you know that there was a travel advisory for the United States? They are telling tourists and people from other countries to watch themselves when they go to shopping malls and other areas due to these shootings that we've had.
Right.
And I was shocked when I heard that. When I heard that on the radio today when I was driving, I said, America, can you believe that America has a travel advisory? Like I said, you hear about that from other countries, not the USA. And that's really sad, Steve, that people have to watch themselves when they come to the U.S. And so things, like I said, Steve, things, like I told you last night, I'm starting to agree, I agree more on what you said. Taking the weapon away is not going to stop, like you said on the radio today. All it does is you take all the guns, all these rules and regulations, like you say, all it does is take the gun away from the good man, and then all you got is the bad people with the guns, and then everybody loses that way. So it's best to keep doing what people doing, and like I said before, they gotta. Like I said, one guy said they need to open up these mental facilities. These last 3 shootings, especially the ones in Texas, all 3 of these, ain't no doubt that all 3 of these people had mental problems, and they should have been locked down, and all these individuals will be alive right now. And one thing I say, if I hang out with you, Steve, they showed a photo. Anybody want to see the photos of these people that was killed in Allen, Texas on Saturday? They on the internet. It's really a damn shame. Like I told you in my first call, that guy wiped out a whole family and 2 innocent young girls that were only like one was in the 4th grade and one was in the 2nd grade. And now these people are now they're in heaven. Now they're in heaven with God. It's really a damn shame that somebody would do something so evil. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, you got it, Eagle. Yes, there are, believe it or not, there are other countries that have advisories for their citizens coming to this country. Of course, we all know, like anywhere, there are, every big city has areas you probably don't want to be out after dark, right? Countries around the world have different ways of advising their residents about foreign travel. Some have warnings or advisories similar to what our State Department issues. At least one country currently has a heightened travel advisory in place for the United States. Other countries have warned against travel in past years due to acts of violence and hate crimes. I could only imagine the summer of love there, the George Floyd protest summer. Probably had a number of countries saying, due to the unrest in so many cities, the violence that was taking place, probably telling their people, not a good time to go to the U.S., buddy. New Zealand has 4 levels of travel advisories. Exercise normal safety and security. Exercise increased caution, avoid non-essential travel, and the top, of course, do not travel. Their travel advisory for the U.S. falls under level 2 of 4 right now. Exercise increased caution. They say that's due to the threat of terrorism. The U.S. remains a target of terrorist interest, both from international groups and domestic-based extremism. Credible information assessed by U.S. authorities indicates that individuals or groups have developed both the intent and the capability to conduct terror attacks in the U.S. Attacks could be indiscriminate, including places visited by foreigners. That's the advisory from New Zealand. Yeah, Canada has advisory, Australia, the UK, France, Venezuela and Uruguay. They had issued warnings in 2019 because the proliferation of acts of violence and indiscriminate hate crimes. That's going back, I guess that was the summer we had the mass shooting at the Walmart there in El Paso, the gunman that killed 9 people in Dayton, Ohio. So, yeah, when these kind of things happen, other countries pay attention. We'll get back to your calls. Room for you at 844-844-3388 into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, get back to the calls here. And lines available at 844-844-3388. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Morning, Your Honor. So good to take you back here. So, Steve, you can deal with me. Actually, being like the 5'7" guy there, I actually got to do some work here and get outside and make some noise and where we're at here. So, anyway, hey, on this Budweiser deal here, I got an idea for them. I don't know how this will work here, but there was another beverage company there at one time that was having some issues. See how loud this is for you. Can you hear on the trailer running?
Yes, I can.
See if we can get away from a little of that. But hey, at one point there was a beverage company there that was having a little issues, and they decided to rebrand themselves and change their flavor a little bit, and they went with this new idea. So we'll do the new idea. And that didn't work out too well. So then a couple of years later, they said, well, we're going back to original formula. We're
Yeah,
going back to original
Coca-Cola.
formula.
I remember
Get all
well.
our customers back.
The
There you go.
new Coke.
So-
I remember. Yep.
So maybe we need new Budweiser for a couple of years. Get new Budweiser for a couple of years, and then they can go back to original formula, and then after that they can just go back to being Budweiser again. But I don't know, just a thought to throw out for them. Work for somebody else. So and that's the way it seems to go with the movie industry. That they just keep, and the TV people, they just keep redoing the old stuff that already was tried and true and worked good. So just do it again there. It'll be all right. But anyways, yeah, I don't know. We were talking about batteries for houses and stuff, and the electrical grid and all that. So all these people, they're going to have batteries at their houses anyways, because they're all going to have these electric vehicles. So when the sun goes down, then they can just plug their houses into their vehicles, and they'll have Oh, wait a minute. They're supposed to plug their cars into the houses to charge their cars so they can drive all day, aren't they? Oh, I guess that idea is not going to work. So I guess we need more batteries, right? So how is Elon Musk is saving everything, right? Because he's building a new battery plant in Texas or something. So we're going to have lots of batteries, lots of lithium, because lithium is oh, wait a minute. No, it is a limited material, isn't it? Where are we going to get all the lithium from to make these batteries, Your Honor?
I think somewhere is it Africa?
Yeah, but there's only so much of it, right? So when every house has to have a battery, and every apartment building has to have batteries, and how big are these batteries got to be? Because we were talking, back when we were talking about the semi trucks, that the batteries for the cars, it would take, what was it, like 3 or 6 car batteries to be a truck battery? How many batteries are you going to need at your house, Your Honor, to run your heating system all winter?
Yep.
As you said, your air conditioning all summer there, or your pool heater. If we get battery power, are you gonna get a hot water heater for the pool? You'd be able to keep the concrete pond there open a couple extra months if you have one of them battery electric heaters there.
Yep.
So anyway, but I don't know. Those are the couple things we got going there. Over in the other world, you probably noticed there that I put something over on the Steve Summers page there that the auction is now open there. There's actually an auction open for the Make-A-Wish convoy.
Start bidding.
And start bidding. Bid high, bid often. Yes. Bid high, bid often. And there's actually, if you scroll down through there, there's actually a couple items there that were donated by Hot Shot Secret. So if you're in the area, it's probably easier for you to do a pickup more than that. But if you know somebody that can pick it up, or somebody in the area can pick it up for you, don't be afraid to bid hot on the Hot Shot Secret, because there's some Stiction Eliminator and Diesel Extreme in there for you to get.
There you go. Yeah.
As well as a lot of other cool items, and some of the nicest ones you always like to see there. There's actually paintings and things that were done by Wish children and donated. So they actually have some of their artwork and other things that they've done in there as well. So there's a lot of cool things in there already. So and there's one Harley Davidson package that got put in there. The Chesapeake Harley Davidson, I believe the name of the place is Eisenhower's, was actually procured by some guy named Horse Feathers there So they made a nice donation there from my local Harley Davidson shop. So So anyways, that's about what we got going for you. So check it out. And as I say, bid high, bid often, and
All right. Well,
come back and do it again.
One other tidbit you might want to check on there in Pennsylvania. I came across a post on Facebook, and I at first I said that's got to be fake, but no, it's real. You've got a brewery there in Pennsylvania that's capitalizing on the whole Bud Light controversy, kind of doubling down. They have introduced a beer called Even Gayer Light Beer.
Really?
Yes.
I haven't heard of that one.
Even Gayer hit the stores Friday, apparently, last Friday.
All right. So who's that supposed to go to? I don't know. No, I'm not even going to say anything. I'll get in trouble. I can't even go there.
Yes, indeed. Even Gayer beer. Doubling down on it, all right? In addition to the release and merchandise, the brewer will also be donated a portion of the sales of this beer to Gay for Good Pittsburgh. As the organization shares on its website, they work to mobilize lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and ally volunteers to promote diversity, foster inclusion, and strengthen ties to the broader Pittsburgh community. So I'm guessing they're based out of Pittsburgh there. Okay. Is it Vaughn Brewing? Voted Pennsylvania's best new brewery in 2021. Even Gayer Light Lager. A light American lager, again, that hit shelves Friday, May the 4th in both cans and draft. I guess it's just flying off the shelves, right? Probably. It's 844-844-3388. What has America come to? Got our final hour coming up here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The governor of Arizona worries about the end of Title 42 this week and the anticipated border surge.
I'm afraid the federal government is unprepared to meet the demands of the expected influx.
The COVID-era policy was used to expedite deportations. The White House says it's doing everything it can to prepare.
We have multiple agencies and multiple countries working together to humanely manage the border when Title 42 public health order lifts on Thursday.
While federal resources are being rushed to the southern border, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre also cast blame on Congress for failing to pass comprehensive immigration reform. The Texas shopping mall shooter had a Russian social media page, and it's giving more of a glimpse into his mental state. Pictures show the huge pile of ammunition that he stockpiled before the shooting and the guns he used to murder 8 people. The 33-year-old was apparently stalking the outlet mall in the Dallas suburb of Allen to find out when it was busiest. The driver, arrested after a deadly crash near a bus stop in Brownsville, Texas, is facing multiple charges now. New rules for airline accountability are outlined by President Biden today.
The proposals include changes in the way passengers are compensated for controllable flight delays or cancellations.
If your flight is very delayed or canceled, and the airline could have prevented that from, you deserve more than just getting the price of your ticket. You deserve to be fully compensated.
Airlines would be required to offer compensation beyond just refunds, which would include the cost of hotel rooms, meals, and transportation.
Correspondent John Schaefer there. Disney is getting rid of reservation requirements at its parks in Florida. Guests will no longer need a reservation for date-based tickets at Disney World in Orlando, thanks to their own feedback. That will take effect at the beginning of 2024. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is signing several bills that target China.
Florida makes it very clear we don't want the CCP in the Sunshine State. We want to maintain this as the free state of Florida, and that's exactly what these bills are doing.
Those include bills prohibiting China and other totalitarian nations from buying land in Florida, as well as banning China-owned TikTok on state-owned devices and networks, and stopping university partnerships with counterparts in China. 2 New York University students are dead after being shot in Puerto Rico. Officials say the 2 were innocent bystanders outside a bar where they were celebrating a friend's birthday. According to police, 29-year-old Franco Medina and 28-year-old Sergio Palomino Ruiz were fatally shot after a dispute erupted between the female suspect and a group of people at the bar. NYU says Medina and Ruiz were on a group trip with other students. Meantime, police are still looking for the woman who opened fire. Back stateside, the California Reparations Panel has approved payments of up to $1.2 million to every qualifying black resident in concept. The state's Reparations Task Force voted Saturday to recommend the cash payments and a formal apology. Lawmakers in California will now decide on whether to move forward with that plan. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go. Get that final hour off and rolling as we make our way into a Tuesday, 9th day of May. Good to have you on board. What do you see? Controversy. Oh, boy. Yeah, he won't be the first to potentially lose a job for using a word which, many years ago, may have been appropriate in conversation. A lot of words you don't use anymore, right? Very offensive. Now, the word I'm referring to in this case is a word that we'll just say many, many years ago was a word used to describe a cigarette. Somewhere about the transition to the 21st century, it became the slang word describing a homosexual. You know the word I'm talking about? Okay. Not supposed to use that word anymore. Someone was asking, what did Bob Huggins say yesterday? That was the word. Of course, Bob Huggins, you may or may not be familiar. In Cincinnati, Ohio, he used to be the coach of the UC Bearcats. When leaving Cincinnati, he is now coach there in West Virginia. And I'm looking, I guess this is making big news in West Virginia. They're saying the campus of West Virginia is probably going to have protests today if Bob Huggins still has a job. I haven't seen anything to where he's yet been fired. I don't know. What in the world happened? Now, it's actually at my old employer, a guy by the name of Bill Cunningham. Of course, Bill Cunningham also has the syndicated national Sunday evening program where he took over for Matt Drudge many years ago. Yeah, it used to be the Drudge Report on Sunday nights. Yeah, broadcast syndicated all over the country. Well, Bob Huggins, Bill Cunningham, those two characters, have known each other, and apparently, I'm looking at a story out of West Virginia where they're explaining they were yucking it up yesterday, just like old times. And by old times, I mean like the 1970s or earlier, when part of manly banter meant slinging around anti-LGBT slurs like it's the funniest thing in the world. There were two problems with this discussion this past day. It's 2023, not the 1970s. Huggins was live on the air on the Cunningham Show, 700 WLW. Discussing the old Cincinnati-Xavier crosstown rivalry that Huggins once was part of as a coach of the Bearcats. And Cunningham was once part of as a baseball captain of the Musketeers. That's Xavier. Now, the West Virginia men's basketball coach, that's Huggins, busted out that old anti-LGBT slur, not once but twice. Which thereby removes the I misspoke excuse from his inevitable apology. He went straight Tom Brenneman. If you're not familiar, Tom Brenneman was the Cincinnati Reds announcer who was during a commercial break Producers apparently turned his mic back on, unbeknownst to him. He was just conversing in the broadcast booth with whoever he was broadcasting with, and he used that word in his personal conversation. Immediately lost his job. It was a wildly offensive, they say. It could be a fireable offense for Huggins, whose West Virginia campus will likely be the scene of protests today if he is still employed. It almost certainly would be fireable offense for any other prominent West Virginia employee to make those remarks publicly. It might even have repercussions for Cunningham, although his cringe-inducing shtick have been tolerated for decades at the station. This fiasco could actually enhance his knuckle-dragging street cred. Cunningham, and a studio guest who was a former Huggins assistant at Cincinnati, got Huggins on the phone yesterday. Cunningham noted West Virginia's remarkable success in the transfer portal this spring, landing top talent from all over, and he asked, have you poached any Xavier guys to come play for West Virginia? Huggins said, Catholics don't do that. Cunningham says, no, we're above the fracas, aren't we? Absolutely. Huggins says, I can tell you, any school that can throw rubber penises on the floor and then say they didn't do it, by God, they can get away with anything. He was referring to an incident during a Xavier-Cincinnati matchup during his time as coach of the Bearcats. Cunningham kind of inquisitive, rubber penis? Like, what do you mean? He said, I think it was at the Crosstown shootout. Someone else in the studio said. I think it was transgender night, wasn't it? Says Cunningham. Kind of doubling down on the direction of the discussion. Huggins said it was the Crosstown shootout. What it was all those, there's the F word. Those Catholic, again, using the same word, I think. Yeah, they were envious they didn't have one. At which point they kind of closed out the conversation. Cunningham says, Steve, your comments on Huggins? Is he the best? He's the best. The best ever, Cunningham said. So, of course, a writer of this story said this was the worst ever. At age 69, Huggins revealed a part of himself that tarnished a Hall of Fame career and could end a career. But no one in a leadership position in Morgantown was willing to go that far on Monday. You know, it's, like you said, 70s was one thing, but things you cannot say today. Yeah, how many have been fired for, in just recent weeks? Yeah, several instances of people actually reading lyrics from the likes of, say, a rap song that would include the N-word. They're not using it offensively, but to use it, even in reading the actual lyrics of a song, is a fireable offense. Now, things you just cannot do, things you can't say, and we'll see what the fallout there in West Virginia is for Bob Huggins. Yeah, very, very famous coach. There you go. That's what was said this past day. Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Cunningham has to take a couple days off or something. Who knows? But there you go. Now you're up to speed. Back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Morning 5-7.
Well, good morning. Let me put that window up there a little bit. Hey, now AI, let's look at this. All right, we got, Afghanistan. Everything falls apart. Afghanistan in the end, military throws their weapons down and runs off. And the whole thing goes hot. General Milley goes, I didn't see that coming. Mm-hmm. He's standing there being questioned by Congressman Matt Gaetz, I believe it was. He made Matt Gaetz mention of the drag queen story hour in the Air Force bases He said, I didn't know anything about that. Did I have that material? In other words, I didn't see that coming. So, you know, hey, artificial intelligence in his position, I don't know. You know, I think it would be an improvement. All right, let's move this on down. I don't know how big this machine is. You know, is it bigger than a bread box? Now, let's set that down in our Justice Department. I believe artificial intelligence would be a whole big improvement over this guy we got in there now, Merrick Garland. I mean, clearly he is, let's put it this way. They just put, I mean, it's so bad, the economy's so daggum bad now that the white supremacists are employing Hispanics and Puerto Ricans, I guess. I mean, if this shooter had a white supremacist here, he's Hispanic. They just convicted a young man for the Proud Boys, and I've been hearing all this time the Proud Boys, a white supremacist group, and you got this young man who's a black Puerto Rican, and they get convicted for whatever they're doing. But at the same time, you've got Merrick Garland right there. Well, they're totally corrupting our government, totally destroying the faith of the American people. And you can throw Obama's Attorney General in there too. I'm sorry, they just absolutely screwed this up. So you know what? Artificial intelligence, kick him out there, set it in there. All the information comes in. It says this is wrong, this doesn't work, this, you know, boom. So that might be an intelligent move. Finally, I did want to ask a question, because this is twice now I've had to throw some political ads away. Did Ron DeSantis declare his run for the presidency?
To date, he has not.
Steve.
No, he has not declared.
Okay, I have gotten 2 flyers, and not cheap ones. Real nice, laminated, beautiful things. I just throw them right away. It's all about promoting Ron DeSantis in South Carolina. So, I don't know. To me, it seems totally inappropriate, especially since I ain't going to vote for the man. But that does tell you where the South Carolina Republican Party, Lindsey Graham, you know, it tells where their stand is. So they're not going to be supporting Trump that much. But I just sort of wanted to throw that out there. I'm getting some of that DeSantis stuff in the mail. Haven't got anything for Trump yet.
Yeah, obviously the word on the street, everybody expects he will at some point in time toss his hat in the ring. But to date, he has not officially declared that he's going to run.
Okay. Well, that's really odd that I'm getting that kind of mail already. But, yeah, I think our AI could be some improvements there in our government. How about the presidency? You know what I'm saying? A whole lot less little girls being molested and maybe less ice cream being lit. I don't know. But, shoot, we got the government of Sodom and Gomorrah up there right now. And, you know, I'm sorry. It just, you know, if you go to pray, what can you say? I mean, we keep electing atheists in our government, in our judicial system, and then we expect to live in a Christian country. So I blame, and I squarely put this blame on the soccer moms in this country. All because of Trump's mean little tweets. Their youngins are going to be off the soccer field and out there fighting the Chinese before long. So, congratulations, soccer moms. So, got to blame somebody, I reckon. All right, buddy, this is 5-7. We're down here.
Cop in the mail. All right. Yeah, are you keeping up with who's in, who's not? Obviously, current expectation is It will be a rematch, a Joe Biden versus Donald Trump rematch in 2024. Of course, things can change with this whole, especially anticipating Wednesday's announcement about Biden. Will he, between now and then, actually maybe even be impeached? Possible. Guess we have to wait and see what happens with the Trump scenario. You've got, the rape case, I guess, that begins today. Of course, you still have the Alvin Bragg, New York. How many counts that was? 27, 30-something counts. Waiting. As soon as that all calms down, if that's not enough to end Trump, you'll have charges. Undoubtedly charges coming in the state of Georgia. So who knows? Now, on the Republican side, you've got Nikki Haley, of course, that is officially in the race. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on the Democrat side has officially announced. Another Democrat, Asa Hutchinson, is looking for the nomination. Vivek Ramaswamy on the Republican side, the 37-year-old multimillionaire from Ohio. He's in the race. Another Democrat, Marianne Williamson, after running for the nomination in 2020. The 70-year-old self-help author is trying again. Her rhetoric is progressive. Her presence, a potential spoiler. Back in her first run, Republican operatives encouraged conservatives to donate to her campaign so she would be eligible for debates and distract from the other Democrat candidates running. This time around, the strategy appears to be attracting people through TikTok, her videos, where she talks about universal health care, gun control, abortion rights. On the Republican side, another Republican, Larry Elder, has officially entered the race here. Was it last week or week before? You might remember Elder from California's 2021 recall election. He earned the most votes out of all the candidates running against Gavin Newsom, but still ultimately lost the race. Made a name for himself as a conservative talk radio host. He's also a former practicing attorney. Okay, now those that are not quite there yet, there's Ron DeSantis first out of the box. He has not formally announced his candidacy, which is confusing because for months he's been acting like he's on a national campaign. He's been in Iowa, he's been in D.C., Staten Island, he's been to Israel and Japan. Widely considered Trump's biggest threat. But he's polling around the 20th percentile. He's not yet formalized presidential campaign, has already hit some snags, of course, with these, as we hear these, Disney is suing him. He's struggling with, quote, social etiquette. Mike Pence has not yet jumped in. The anticipation is he's probably going to run. Tim Scott has not officially announced, but he did say back in April he did launch the exploratory committee for a potential run. Now, he's expected to officially enter the race probably by the end of this month. Now, he's the 57-year-old senator from South Carolina who was actually chosen to deliver the Republican response to Biden's State of the Union address back in 21. He's pretty much already started campaigning. He's made stops in both Iowa and New Hampshire. So at this point, who's in, who's out, and we'll be back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I just got a message from Santa Claus. Well, Santa Claus, I see what you tried to send me, but I guess whatever that link is, it says that is a private group. So I can't see it. And apparently I can't join the group because I'm not an employee or a spouse of the employee for that particular group. But I scrolled up and I just saw for the first time your message here from back on the 29th, which you were asking about. You're going to be coming through my town, and you were asking for any suggestions on what side of town to lay over in and any must-see attractions while you're here. I guess too little, too late for that, right? Because you done been through town. And I know you stopped there at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Did you check out the museum? That's definitely worth taking a tour there. The Air Force Museum there at Wright-Pat. Sorry, I missed that message, Santa Claus. I don't know where I would have told you to must-see attractions in this town. Wow. All right, got about a minute before news break. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Haven't talked much about it tonight. It dominated the discussion 24 hours ago on the Monday morning program. But the shooter in Texas, they did confirm that he had been removed from the U.S. Army in 2008 due to mental health concerns. Mental health. Yes, he had mental issues. All right. Representative Henry Culler of Texas responded to the attack by explaining that the quick push for gun control ignores the mental health issues that have to be addressed. Fox News actually said Culler is urgent. This is a Democrat, by the way, Henry Culler, the Democrat from Texas, urging people to get past calling for more gun laws and more gun restrictions and focus on the root problem. If people just talk about making the law stricter, you got to look at, in the states, you got to look at this and look at the root cause, mental health. Wow. He's spot on there. News break time on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The White House says it's Congress's constitutional duty to raise the debt ceiling.
There shouldn't be negotiations on the debt limit. This is something that they should get to regular order.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre accused House Republicans of manufacturing a crisis. Republicans insist this is the moment to address decades of bloated federal spending. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he's deploying another National Guard unit to the border for this week's end of Title 42. The public health rule has been used to expedite deportations, and without it, there are worries about a surge of illegal immigration. The governor says the Texas Tactical Border Force will focus on stopping asylum seekers from crossing illegally into the country. The Biden administration estimates that 13,000 people will come across the border illegally on a daily basis once Title 42 expires on Thursday. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what else? Hey, it is Taco Tuesday, isn't it? Hello, Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. As he says, Happy Taco Tuesday, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looking at 71 for a high. Fort Wayne today, same in Sterling Heights. As we're ready to depart, Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back. There you go, truck and fill, safe travels. There you go, Semper Fi. Now, I'm trying to remember, NASCAR typically, they divvy out infractions, penalties, suspensions, all that stuff. Can't remember if it's Tuesdays or Wednesdays. It may be today. But kind of waiting to see what the fallout may be. What started as aggressive driving on the track ended up with punches being thrown after the race there Sunday at Kansas Speedway. The competition ended in dramatic fashion, of course, as Denny Hamlin grabbed the lead on that last lap from Kyle Larson to win the race. But the action was not over when the cars were done running. Driver Noah Gragson, is it Gregson or Gregson? Gregson stalked Ross Chastain on pit road. Approached him, grabbed Chastain's suit, leading to a punch by Chastain after a few words were exchanged. Going back to the race, Chastain had forced Gregson into the wall. Ross Chastain punched Noah Gragson. All right, again, back on the track. Several laps later, Gregson spun out, ending his race for the day. Said he confronted Chastain because Chastain's aggressive style irritated him. I'm over it, he said. Nobody confronts the guy. He keeps doing it, and I'm sick and tired of it. Now, Ross Chastain kind of downplayed the incident. He said, Noah and I have very similar attitudes on the track. We train together. We prepare together. We know every very little bit about each other. Yes, I definitely crowded him up off turn 4, and he took a swipe at us in turn 3 and then came down and grabbed a hold of me. Very big man. Once he told me we have a no-push policy here at Trackhouse. All right, I'm sick and tired of it. Chastain ultimately finished 5th. Gregson ended up in the 29th place. I guess so. Do both of them get penalties? First of all, he grabbed his race suit, and Chastain threw the punch. We'll see what comes of that. Penalties, fines, I don't know. Well, good morning, Knuckle Buster. How's your week starting out?
Oh, this is Knuckle Buster, Steve.
That is correct. Knuckle. I said hello.
Oh,
Knuckle.
Yeah, I thought you was calling. I thought you said somebody else's name there. My week's doing great, bud. I mean, just good. Is this a hot mic?
Yeah, at the moment, yes.
Yeah. Well, I'll just keep it. I'll keep what I got to say real simple. That way, I won't get in no trouble either. Slick Willie's in trouble. Cunningham, man, that's crazy. I thought he had enough sense to cut the phone off when somebody said something bad, right?
I mean, they got the dump button thing. Apparently, they didn't use it. Which may also come down to whoever the producer was. They might lose their job.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, you can always blame it on somebody else. That's the best way to get out of something, right?
Right.
Do you know who owns Trucker Pass?
No idea.
It's a Chinese social company, social media company there.
Really?
Used to be owned by couple of American guys, and then they sold it out to a Chinese social media company there.
Wow.
Yep. They're always tracking this, Steve. You never know. Well, let's step back to this week back in 1977. What do you think the number 1 song was, Steve? Hotel California.
Oh, boy. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, by the Eagles. That was a great song. Well, Vince Gill's part of that group now. He had a choice to go between the Eagles and somebody else, but he plays for the Eagles. not only for himself when he goes to Grand Ole Opry, but he's a pretty dang good guitar player there.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Since y'all been talking about them, you got a son that's a guitar man, right?
Well, maybe one of these days.
Yeah, and you was talking about them sick freaks. There was a Nashville, Tennessee hotel manager. He got arrested for sucking on the toes of a sleeping hotel guest.
That is a real story. I saw that headline last week. That is, I mean, how bizarre is that? So I don't know. So I guess he had the key to the room. Could you imagine waking up, somebody sucking on your toes? What the?
Yeah, well, they'd have been arresting me for, what's that, A word, assault, I don't know. No, Tennessee says I can't pronounce it right, so, but anyway, that's crazy. I'd be whooping somebody's butt. They down there sucking on my big toe there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess since that Title 42 is going to expire on the 18th, right?
No, actually the 11th, this Thursday.
Oh, this Thursday.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, I'm probably going to have to be like Horse Feathers and buy me one of them used fire trucks with a water cannon on it there. That way I can just ride around and have my water blaster handy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so that way if they get out of line with me, I'll just douse them from head to toe there. Well, that's all my bull only for this morning. Get on in here. We're almost quitting time, so we'll just sang to the house and kick her feet up and put a cold one in her hand, a glass of iced tea, because it's too early to be drinking anything, right?
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Come on, Knucklebuster.
Oh, yeah, Margaritaville there, Jimmy Buffett and Alan Jackson. All right, have a good day, Mr. Steve Summers. That's all.
Oh, his baloney. There you go. Hey, what do we got? 844-844-3388. Yeah, I know down at the Mid-America Truck Show that Kevin was having some conversations with Grump. If you're not aware, Grump, a.k.a. Gary, he writes a lot. He's the one that wrote Monkey Gouger's book. Obviously, I guess he got the cliff notes from Monkey Gouger about what he wanted to be included in the book. But Grump actually wrote the book. And he's been a contributor to, I think he's written some things that have been published in other trucking publications over the years. And he was saying, how about maybe can you do some things for our friends here at Hot Shot Secret? And I got a little submission from him this past day about developing a maintenance plan. So over the years, I've been an owner-operator. I've had countless conversations with the new drivers wanting to make that transition from driving a company truck to owning their own. And I've always stressed one of the most important parts of their business plan. You have to have a comprehensive maintenance schedule. Thumping the tires, checking the fluid levels, that's just a small part of your everyday checks. And while these checks are a necessity towards preventative maintenance, they should never become a substitute for an actual rigorous vehicle inspection. Without conducting a thorough pre-trip inspection, without establishing a proper maintenance program, both mechanical and financial failure is all but inevitable. As you get more comfortable with your chosen truck, you'll become more accustomed to its familiar sounds, vibrations, and smells. It's often our sensory perceptions that becomes an early warning system, alerting us to a possible mechanical failure. Maybe you hear the air dryer cycling more than normal, a slight vibration in the floor pan, or that distinctive odor of a warm wheel bearing, or possibly a hot brake. When you establish good preventative maintenance practices and you incorporate those practices into a normal schedule service, you're ensuring your success as an owner-operator. Now, what is a comprehensive maintenance schedule? It's nothing more than an insurance policy for a greater trouble-free operation. So often our time availability is at the mercy of others. From dispatchers to load planners to shippers and receivers, to them, our service schedule is more of a nuisance than a necessity, but a good, comprehensive maintenance schedule is just as vital to their operation as it is to yours. They can't ship product if the truck is not operational. Now, I mentioned preventative maintenance and how it's more than kicking the tires and checking fluids. It's also about selecting the right oils, filters, choosing good, reliable additives to disperse water that may be in the fuel tank and help keep those injectors functioning properly. Therein lies Hot Shot Secret. A phenomenal additive such as Hot Shot Secret FR3 is a must for bearings and cylinder walls, as well as internal engine parts that are dependent on oil for lubrication. Since oil also helps control heat, FR3's friction-reducing properties makes the engine run smoother, cooler, and more fuel efficient. I personally believe there's no better oil on the market than Hot Shot Secret's Blue Diamond synthetic oil, which includes the FR3. As engines get older, some type of failure is inevitable. It's just the nature of the beast. But the more you're active towards preventive measures, the likelihood of a costly failure is drastically reduced. Focus on the Hot Shot Secret and Gold Eagle brand oils and additives. Take the time to call and discuss with each what will be the best fit for your operation. They're not just manufacturers of great products. They actually have professionals waiting to answer your questions and discuss what regimen you need to keep your wheels rolling, your engine running, and your customers smiling. Testing should also be a part of your maintenance program. It's very inexpensive, but a valuable way to check wear metals and other contaminants that could be silently damaging your engine. Another service provided by Hot Shot Secret, one that every truck owner should take advantage of, the oil testing program. Yep. I hope you find a trusted shop to establish a regular service schedule, and I hope you do, as I have done for many years. Look to Hot Shot Secret and Gold Eagle for trusted products that'll keep your operation operating in an efficient and prosperous manner. It's not just good luck, it's good products. So there you go. Hot Shot Secret products. And don't forget, when you place your order at hotshotsecret.com, use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. Get 10% off your order there. And, of course, via goldeagle.com. If you'd like to order products the likes of Sta-Bil, which, of course, for over 60 years has been the go-to additive when storing anything that's going to be sitting around for an extended time period with gas in it. Boats during the winter months, collector cars at any time, generators, which go months and months without use. That's where Sta-Bil storage comes into play. Keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in the fuel system. So make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Now, you can also save on Sta-Bil products 15%, as a matter of fact. If you go to goldeagle.com, place your order, use that same code, Overnight Drive, at checkout, 15% off your entire order. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, gotta ask, any recollection of what was the financial crisis in 2008? Yeah, I remember it like yesterday. Yeah, after the fact, officials told us we were literally hours away from the brink of complete financial collapse in this country. And we recall the fallout, the bailouts that occurred. Banks were bailed out, auto manufacturers bailed out. Yeah, you remember. Yeah, what was one of the key issues that led up to said financial crisis? Didn't it have something to do with banks making loans, mortgage loans to people who could not afford the payments? And suddenly there was this massive exodus, people just abandoning their homes, abandoning their mortgages. Yeah, the banks go under. Now, what's happening currently? Remember about 2 weeks ago, Biden announced this change to mortgage fees because some borrowers with good credit may end up paying higher fees compared to those with lower credit scores. Yeah, this has sparked an interesting discussion. Peter Schiff of Euro Pacific Capital says, during an interview on his YouTube channel, shared his intention to buy a home, but voiced concerns about getting punished if the plan goes through because of his good credit score. He said, well, this is the way I look at it. Just, hey, miss a few payments. Screw up your credit score. And that'll help your mortgage rate. Now, this is the same guy who successfully predicted the crisis in 2008, pointed out the issues with this change. This new rule encourages people to make smaller down payments than they might otherwise. Normally, if you make a big down payment, you get a better rate. But now Biden wants the better rates to go to people that don't make a big down payment. So while the new rule could lead to more people becoming homeowners, it will not bode well for the banks. The worst part about this is that it's going to further undermine the solvency of the banking system because banks are going to be encouraged and actually required to make more loans to riskier borrowers, which means more mortgages are going to end up in default. It's kind of like going back, setting the stage to repeat the crisis in 2008. Now, to be sure, buying a house can be quite a burden in today's environment. We've seen the Fed increasing interest rates significantly. Mortgage rates are going up right with it, meaning homeowners are having to grapple with larger payments. According to the data from the Mortgage Bankers Association, the median mortgage payment for applicants was $2,093 in March, up 1.6 from $2,061 in February. Simply put, houses are not very affordable in America. The affordability index hit a new high last month, with both the typical purchase application amount and the monthly payment rising on a monthly and annual basis. When you buy a home, you have to factor in more than just the mortgage payment. You're on the hook for property taxes, insurance, maintenance, and repairs. Houses are very expensive. Take it from me. He said, I own several. They are money pits. You can't own a home when you're broke. Well, what do you say, Big Sexy? What's happening?
Not much, Steve. Knucklebuster couldn't remember who he was tonight.
I guess he didn't hear didn't hear his name.
Okay. On that NASCAR deal, he done more than just grab a hold of Ross Chastain. I mean, they're both Chevrolet drivers, so I don't really care for either one of them. But
okay,
he grabbed him, up there where your top button would be on your uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Grabbed hold of him and held on to him the whole time. He shoved him several times, pretty hard, and Ross hauled off and hit him. So I got a feeling they're both going to get hit pretty good tomorrow. And Tuesday is the day that NASCAR usually comes down with those penalties.
So it will be today then. So I mean, what do you think they'll get? Like a race suspension or a fine or what?
Well, you can count on the fine. I don't know whether they get a suspension or not. That's I don't know what NASCAR is going to do.
Okay.
But they'll get both of them because he actually started. He grabbed him and shoved him, first, and then Ross hit him in return for him shoving him so hard, and grabbing hold of him, hanging on, pulling him around, So.
Well, like as soon as he threw a punch, though, like everybody else around, like grabbed him and pulled him back, right? Hold me back, hold me back.
Yeah, and they had to pry what was the guy's name? Noah.
Mm-hmm.
They had to pry his hand off of, the uniform to get him to let loose.
Well,
I mean, he was hanging on pretty good, but as soon as they was trying to get in there to him before Ross threw the punch, but once he threw the punch, NASCAR officials and everybody was all over, And did you see the race?
No, I did not see the race. I was snoozing at the time. So, I mean, I did get to go back and see the highlights, those last couple of laps. And I don't know, Denny Hamlin. I saw Denny, a little bump and run. That would look to me like a little, old-fashioned Dale Earnhardt Sr. kind of move on the last lap. But, hey, we got to close it out right there. Have a great day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.